Chapter 10-12. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, Xiao Hua, when did you come to this restaurant? 5 years ago? Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully, back then, I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here. Haha, 50 copper coins? Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. Xiao, you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you? Yes, that's right. Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. It was 5 years ago when I met you and Shirtai outside Poyang town. God bless me, God bless me. Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memories started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Changgung of the Dalian Temple wrote Poyang Town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang Town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, since we're already here, and there's no Chu Sanfeng here, I presume that the mysterious person behind us doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Shirtai that day, I came out alone. I don't even remember the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, how am I supposed to find it? Yes, I understand. Dream nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper came over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, have you been here before? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I didn't think of it. Food comes first. How many people come in and out of the restaurant every day? If the innkeeper remembered, then food comes first would have already. What you said makes sense. Back then, when the innkeeper saw that an outsider actually remembered him in the past, he felt rather emotional. As he drank, he bragged about his past. Actually, it was quite simple. The innkeeper was just quick and nimble in handling matters. He was recognized by the old innkeeper, and the old innkeeper betrothed his only daughter to him. While the innkeeper was bragging, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that had existed in her memory for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely emotional even before she tasted it. That was then and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, innkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive? As a person, it's better to be more honest. Who knew that the innkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, you don't know. This food comes first was left behind by the old innkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years, the price of meat has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially. The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal or chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you increase in price as well? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come, yes. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then, Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. It's nothing. It tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, no, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, I've been there before. On a mountain outside the town. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, Dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of the town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town. That's great. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, the food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here, I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy. When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, Dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot, or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was at Huanxi Manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi Manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, Oh right, I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan? The shopkeeper was surprised. You even remember this customer? However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago, he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the west of the town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, she found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang Town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now, he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang Town after obtaining the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the refining heart cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore, she couldn't use her divine sense to find the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang Town was also the beginning of her dream story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile. Sure enough, it's here. In my impression, it was a mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. It's really ugly compared with lingering Fragrance Peak. Where is the mountain god temple? Dream asked. You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago, you were still a child. It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain. Dream sighed and said, By the way, I remember that master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, When Shirtai took you away, how did you get out? Nonsense, of course. Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong. How did you know Qin Gong at that time? Then she said with a soft look, It's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually came back to the town from the ferry with your own strength. Hee, that's right. I, Xiaoxia, have been outstanding since I was a child. Even the teacher of our Guizhuang house didn't dare to accept me for fear that he would lead me astray. Ha! Dream laughed and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, they went up the Python Mountain. After a while, they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed to the place where the setting sun fell and said, Dream, there is the place where we met for the first time. Chapter 10:13. Yes, it was the first time. It was the place where they met for the first time. It was the place where Meng's love for Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's longing for Meng began. The two unfamiliar men and women suddenly met at that nameless ferry. That one chance meeting planted the seed that they had to rely on each other in their hearts. That seed was planted so deeply and so discreetly. It was only when they met again 5 years later that the seed gradually sprouted. And once it sprouted, it was full of vitality. The yearning they had for each other during those 5 years was turned into fertilizer, allowing their feelings to multiply without restraint. At this time, perhaps it was not the harvest season, but snuggling in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and standing on the bridge that stretched into the river, Meng tilted her head and looked at the quietly flowing river. She couldn't help but whisper, Xiaohua, what if my hook didn't hook you that day? You won't recognize me? Zhang Xiaohua put her hand on Meng's shoulder and looked at the sunset. The orange light scattered on the running water, and she said with certainty, No. Xiaohua. Meng was very emotional. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist and raised her little face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and lowered her head, kissing Meng's cherry lips deeply. They tasted the sweetness in each other's hearts. The cottage by the river was still the same. It seemed that very few people came here. Although Dream hadn't been here for many years, she still cleaned up the dusty cottage with great familiarity. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream sat where they had sat 5 years ago and chatted until the full moon came. The next morning, the two held hands and went on the road again. Zhang Xiaohua walked through the woods behind the cottage with Meng. The mysterious inhibition was still there. She saw the flaw clearly with her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua knew that there was nothing inside, so he didn't stop. He used his Qin Gong and went straight to the west. The two of them walked for an hour, but they didn't see any signs of human habitation. They knew that people rarely came here. Using their divine sense, they also didn't find anything. Meng's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Her eyes kept looking around, trying to find the place she remembered. Suddenly she saw a thick tree. The silver leaves made Meng's eyes light up. She immediately cried out, Little Blossom, I remember it. This big tree, I have an impression of it. Master must have brought me here before, or I walked past it. Zhang Xiaohua perked up when he heard that. He asked, Then, which direction did it come from? Do you still remember? Meng looked for a long time and pointed in a direction. She hesitated and said, Maybe it's this direction. Okay, let's go and see. Zhang Xiaohua said happily. Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and used her lightness skill to continue forward. However, the further they went, the more confused Meng became. Her face gradually turned pale. She looked like she was in pain. Meng, what's wrong with you? Did you remember something? Zhang Xiaohua saw this and held Meng's hand. She asked with concern. I don't know why. The further we go, the more familiar this scene is. And the more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Meng gritted her teeth and said, "This." Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said worriedly, Can you still walk?" "Yes, we must walk down this road today," Meng insisted. "This time, it seems that we are walking in front of others. But we can't let others ruin everything." "Well, that's fine. If you can't hold on because of the headache, let me know." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "But." Meng sighed and looked forward. "I don't know what secrets Mother has, or what secrets I have to hide. Someone actually erased it in advance. I think it's the Tenryu sect." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It seems that after we met the Tenryu sect's patrol team, many things happened. They must be the ones who did it. I'm just the daughter of the sacred ambassador. How does this affect the Tenryu sect? How would I know? Maybe we've arrived." Zhang Xiaohua was laughing bitterly. Suddenly, she paused and a smile appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Meng Qi asked. "Did you think of something?" "I didn't think of anything. It's just that we've been in the mountains for so long. I think we've discovered something. That's bad. There are very few people here. Even beasts are rare. What could have happened? Why did you forget to walk this way?" "Ha, don't you see the stream here? If there are people living here, they must be near a water source. Let's follow the stream. Maybe we'll discover something?" "Ah? Xiaohua, you're amazing. You even know this?" Amidst the praises of the dream, the two of them continued to walk forward for a long time. Suddenly, smoke rose from a valley in front of them. "Xiaohua, quick. Look, there are people there." "Really? Don't worry. Let's go and take a look first. The smoke might be from those hunters." Was there a need to say more? After turning around the valley, a small village appeared in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to look around. There were only about 10 families. She then looked around the village. There were no fields. This village was really small and looked very poor. Every household did not have any walls. They only had mud brick houses and many of them were simple straw huts. It was almost noon. Some simple chimneys on the roof had begun to emit some smoke. In the small village, there were a few children of 3 or 4 years old playing happily. There were no adults watching over them. "Is it here?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back with concern. Meng's face was pale. Her brows were tightly knitted. Her small hands were cold and began to tremble slightly. She clenched her teeth and looked at the small village with a complicated expression in her eyes. At this moment, the children who were playing seemed to have noticed the strangers standing not far away. They all showed vigilance and curiosity. Then they all rushed away. A little girl ran into the nearest straw hut. After a while, she held the hand of an old woman and walked out. As she walked, she was still talking and pointing in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. The old woman came out. She shaded her eyes with her hand and looked over for a long time. She did not speak. Then she waved her hand and signaled them to go over. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Meng was still at a loss for a while and was surprised for a while. She said with concern, "Let's not think about it first. Go and ask the old woman. Maybe she knows something." Meng walked half a step forward. Then she stopped and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightly. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng was a little timid. She patted her back and held her hand with her hand to show her encouragement. Then, Meng staggered forward. The old woman standing at the door held the little girl's hand. Her turbid eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, who were gradually approaching. When they got closer, the old woman blinked. There seemed to be surprise in her eyes. She raised her hand and pointed at Meng. She could not believe it and said, "Are you Ya?" "Yes, you must be Ya." The old woman asked and answered her own question. "Where have you been these years? Why didn't you come back?" Meng heard the old woman call her Ya. Her body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if she was struck by lightning, she trembled violently and murmured, "Yes, I am Ya. Ya is me." While she was talking, a few younger middle-aged women came out from the other huts. When they saw Meng, they also exclaimed, "You're still alive? Sai, where have you been? You've been gone for 4, 5 years. When Granny Chiu passed away, she was still thinking about you. Yes, Granny Chiu never closed her eyes. She said that she had let down your mother by losing you. Sigh, you child. You're finally back. Go to Granny Chiu's grave and kowtow to her. Let her rest in peace. Hee, who is this young man? They all talked at once. Meng's expression kept changing. Then, she held her forehead and fainted in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly held Meng in her arms. She was a little flustered. Child, don't worry. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's panic, the old woman said kindly, Ya has always been like this. She'll be fine after a while. Granny Chiu's hut hasn't been cleaned for many years. You should bring Ya to my house first. The other women also showed that they were used to this and came over to help. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need them. She easily carried Meng into the old woman's cottage. The cottage was not as small as it looked from the outside. It was actually divided into 3 rooms. The old woman pointed at the hut on the left and said, This is where I live. Put you on the straw. I think she'll wake up in less than an hour. Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut. It was indeed small. There was a thick layer of straw on the ground and some animal skins on the straw. Zhang Xiaohua put Meng on the animal skins and checked her meridians with her true qi. She also checked her pulse. After confirming that there was nothing serious, she walked to the hut in the middle. The hut was not big. It was very crowded when the women came in. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Aunties, this is Granny. I'm Ren Xiaoyao. Ya's junior brother? The granny frowned and said, Where has you been for the past few years? Well, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Meng fainted when she came to the village. She wasn't sure if she had anything to do with the village. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to tell anyone about Meng. The granny didn't say anything. The other women laughed and said, Young man, you was born here. She grew up here. We are very familiar with Lady Aya. Lady Aya? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Is she Ya's mother? Chapter 10:14. The women were surprised. Didn't Ya mention it to you? But then they showed more sympathy. It seems that Ya's condition has worsened. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Andes, before Xiao. You came here, everything was normal. It's just that she lost her memory and didn't know where she came from. She didn't faint like today. Although Zhang Xiaohua had studied medicine in Rejuvenation Valley, Meng was obviously a mental problem. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even figure out Yan's relatively simple illness, let alone Meng's strange illness. Is that so? The old lady nodded slightly. From your expression, you should have recovered. I guess it's because she forgot everything here and suddenly found it today, so she couldn't accept it? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, That's what I think too. By the way, old lady, you also watched Meng. You grow up, right? How should I address you? Hee, young man, just call me Lady Jiu. At this time, the little girl who pulled Lady Jiu out just now came over with a big black bowl. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Brother, drink some water. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the little girl's cute appearance and took the big bowl. He smiled and said, Little girl, how old are you? What's your name? Brother, my name is Nyonyo. I'm 5 years old this year. Nyonyo is so obedient. Zhang Xiaohua finished the water in the bowl in one gulp. The water was so sweet that it quenched his thirst very quickly. Young man, tell us, where has you been these years? What has she been doing? How did you know each other? By the way, you're her junior brother. Are you from Lady Aya's sect? Did you find her father? The women seemed to have never seen an outsider before, or perhaps they were concerned about Meng Qi. They kept asking questions which made Zhang Xiaohua not know how to answer. She looked like a village woman in the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, touched her nose and said, Aunties, it's not that I don't want to say it, but it seems to be noon right now. Everyone's home. Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, one of the village women came to her senses and said, Oh, I still have sweet potatoes on the fire. As she spoke, she hurriedly ran out. The other village women also remembered that they were cooking in their own homes. They were so curious that the food on the fire was going to— Oh no. In an instant, Granny Nine's cottage was empty. A smile appeared in Granny Nine's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and said embarrassedly, "Lady Jiao, please don't blame me. It's better for you to say these things. I'm too embarrassed to say it." "Ha," Lady Jiao grinned, revealing her few remaining teeth. "By the way, Lady Jiao, are you and Nyonyo the only ones at home?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other room and asked. "No, there's also Nyonyo's father. He went hunting with the other men in the village. He'll probably be back at night." "Yes, I understand. No wonder there's no farmland around the village. It seems like the villagers rely on hunting for a living. Yes, this land is barren. They used to plant crops, but the harvest wasn't good, so they switched to hunting. After hunting for a long time, there's no prey nearby. They can only go to the depths of the forest to look for prey. That's why they leave at dawn every day and only come back at night." "Sigh, it's really hard." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. "It can't be helped. The laborers in the village don't know how to do anything except hunting. However, the people in the town like the game in the mountains. They can be exchanged for a lot of things in town. It's more suitable than farming. Oh, speaking of which, I have to thank Ya's mother." But Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice suddenly came from inside the house. "Xiaohua, Xiaohua, save me, save me." Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the house like a ghost. Lady Jiao was old and dim-sighted. She accidentally lost sight of Zhang Xiaohua, which scared her. In the house, Meng sat up and looked around. She saw Zhang Xiaohua rushing in. She opened her arms and hugged Zhang Xiaohua. She buried her head deep in his chest. Zhang Xiaohua patted her back and said gently, "I'm here. Don't worry, don't worry." Meng seemed to have a nightmare. The warmth of Zhang Xiaohua's body and the voice that made her feel at ease gradually drove away her fear. After a long time, Meng raised her head and asked, Is this my home?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "This is the village you lived in, but your home is still next door." "Well, Xiaohua, my mind is in a mess. You must stay with me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I can't ask for more." Meng Ran smiled sweetly. Her eyes were a bit more stable. Accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua, Meng came to the cottage. She bowed to Lady Jiao and said, "Granny, I can't remember what happened here. Can you tell me more about it?" Granny Jiao looked at Meng and kindly said, "Of course you can. Actually, as long as you can wake up and not be as muddle-headed and unconscious as before, even if you forget everything that happened in the past, so what?" Meng nodded and said, "I thought so before, but I thought that my parents might be waiting for me here. I had to come back. That's what I came all the way here. Granny, can you tell me about my parents and my past?" "Alas, your mother came here for the first time, and I was the one who brought her here. Even you could be considered as me helping you give birth. Your matters, how could I not know?" "Ah." Meng was surprised and said, "Granny, why can't I remember anything?" While they were talking, footsteps were heard outside the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua looked up. It was the few village women who had just gone out. They were all holding some food in their hands. Seeing that Meng had woken up, they were all happy. "Yeah, you're finally awake? Come, you must be hungry. Eat something first." The village women all handed the food to Meng. The cottage was crowded again. Lady Jiao smiled and said, "Let's go. It's too small here. Let's sit outside." After listening to Granny Jiao's instructions, a few of the village women quickly set up a few simple boards outside the house. They also took a few animal skins and placed them on the ground to serve as a table and chairs. Everyone sat on the animal skins. Meng could not refuse the village women's courtesy and ate a few mouthfuls. The rest of the food was given to the boys who came after hearing the noise. They each took a small bowl and chewed happily. Looking at Meng's expectant eyes, Lady Jiao smiled and said, "Yeah, you were like this when you were young too." Then she pointed in the direction where Zhang Xiaohua and the others came from and said, "I can't remember when it happened. Maybe 30 years ago? At that time, I was still out hunting with your father. In the wee hours of the morning, I was preparing to go hunting outside the village, but after walking for a while, I realized that I didn't bring any anesthetic. I had no choice but to return to the village. When I walked to the river, I saw a woman in white with her left arm covered in blood. She was your mother. Looking at her motionless appearance, she must have fainted. When I was young, I was also a big man with some strength, so I carried her back alone. That day, I didn't go out to hunt again. I helped your mother settle down. At that time, she was bleeding a lot. Moreover, there was a blood-red handprint on her waist. I didn't dare to act rashly. I just bandaged her up and waited for her to wake up or for the child's father to come back. Fortunately, she woke up before noon. Seeing that I was by her side, she asked me about the situation vigilantly. Then, she took out a few types of medicine and told me which ones to apply externally and which ones to take orally. I followed her instructions one by one. Later, your mother fell asleep again. She did not wake up until the head of the family came back. At that time, the cottage was still small. The head of the family went out to find a place to sleep. I stayed here to take care of your mother. After a few days, your mother's injury got better. The head of the family and several men in the village discussed and asked for your mother's opinion. Then, we built a simple cottage in the east of the village for your mother to live in temporarily. At that time, although the men in the village were strong and skilled in archery, they did not practice martial arts. After your mother recovered, she taught them some simple martial arts. On the one hand, it was for self-defense. On the other hand, it was for hunting more prey. Young man, just now, you said that you wanted to thank Ya's mother. If she did not teach us martial arts, I am afraid that our life would be more difficult now. What happened after that? Meng held her cheeks and listened carefully. After that, your mother lived in this village for a year and suddenly disappeared without leaving any message. Of course, at that time, we all knew that your mother was not a simple person, so we did not dare to ask her anything. After she left, we all thought that she went back to her previous sect and would never see her again. However, 2 years later, your mother came back again. This time, she did not come alone. She came with an older woman, Granny Chiu, who took care of you later. Oh, when your mother came back again, her belly was slightly bulging. It seemed that she was 4 months pregnant. After your mother and Granny Chiu came back, they lived in the cottage that she used to live in. However, after Granny Chiu's renovation, the cottage was much bigger. It seemed that they planned to live there for a long time. Later, I secretly asked Granny Chiu. She said that your mother was tired of the life outside and would live in this village in the future. After your mother came back to the village for the second time, she never went out again. Only Granny Chiu went out a few times a year to buy things from outside. Chapter 10:15. After a long time, the villagers gradually became familiar with your mother and Granny Chiu. Your mother asked us to call her Lady Aya. We don't know her specific name. But your mother was very generous. Every time Granny Chiu went out to buy things, she would give something to each family. We were all very grateful to her. Especially me, because I saved her life, I gave more things than others every time. You were born in the spring of the second year after your mother came. There weren't many outsiders in our small mountain village, and there weren't many people who had children. There was no midwife at all, so I volunteered to help you deliver. Let me think, you should be 18 years old this year. 18 years ago, it's gone in the blink of an eye. After Lady Jiu finished lamenting, she continued, after giving birth to you, your mother's health had always been poor. She was often bedridden. At that time, I was very surprised. After giving birth to you, I didn't change much. Later on, my body became stronger. Your mother knew martial arts, so shouldn't she be better? Later on, I heard from your mother that because she was seriously injured last time, she couldn't be cured. After giving birth to you, her vitality was greatly damaged, and she couldn't recover. What's the old saying again? Misfortunes never come singly. Your mother's health was getting weaker and weaker, and you had problems. Since you were born, you looked fine for the first few years, but for some reason from the age of 5, you were often muddle-headed. Sometimes, you didn't even know who you were, and you didn't know your mother. You often got lost outside the village. We all advised your mother not to live here anymore. She should move back to the town or a bigger town and let the doctors there treat your mother and you. However, your mother refused to agree no matter what. She only said that your illness was related to her injuries in the past. It was because her vitality was greatly damaged. She said that your yin meridians were damaged, which caused your congenital deficiency. When you grow up, you will slowly recover. Of course, we couldn't do anything about it. We could only pay more attention to you. Anyway, this village is small, and it's easy to take care of you. But when you were 7 years old, Lady Jiao, not 7 years old, but 8 years old. I just came here that year, a village woman corrected her. Oh, then you were 8 years old. You fell ill and didn't know anyone. You even used a small bow and arrow to shoot people. Your mother was also seriously ill. Finally, she couldn't hold on and passed away. My mother? Where is she buried? Meng asked sadly. Of course it's behind the village. Over there, it's on that mountain ridge. Granny Nine said as she pointed at a mountain ridge. When I'm done, let Nyonyo and the others accompany you. When Granny Chiu was still alive, she often took you to pay respects. Alas, after your mother passed away, your illness worsened. You were like a different person. Granny Chiu was told by your mother to take care of you wholeheartedly. But when you were awake, you were as obedient as a kitten. When you were confused, you would hit her. You were a child, so you didn't know. Although you weren't strong, it was still very painful. Granny Chiu endured it. Alas, she took care of you until you were no different from when your mother was alive. Early in the morning, Granny Chiu couldn't stand the cold and went back to put on a cotton-padded jacket. Lu Xuan was thinking of using a dustpan to catch the sparrow, so he forgot about you. When Granny Chiu came back with a cotton-padded jacket, you were gone. We followed the tracks you left in the snow to the stream, but we couldn't find your footprints. At that time, Granny Chiu ran down the mountain along the stream like a crazy person. We followed her everywhere, but we couldn't find any trace of you. We didn't know where you went. We went back to the village, but Granny Chiu didn't come back. We searched for 4 days and 4 nights without sleeping, but we still couldn't find any trace of you. We even went to the town in the east, but we couldn't find you. After we came back, Granny Chiu fell ill and couldn't recover. Within half a year, she died. Meng was already in tears. She cried and said, Lady Jiao, I didn't know about this. When I woke up, I was already with my master. And it was already 5 years ago. It was at the ferry at the foot of the mountain in the distance. I even saw my junior brother. Why didn't you find that place? Silly girl, we almost searched the entire mountain. Why didn't we find that ferry? That cottage was built by us before. But when we went there was no one there at all. Meng, don't think so much. Lady Jiao is talking about what happened when you were 9 years old, and you are talking about what happened when you were 13. There are 4 or 5 years in between. Maybe you went somewhere else first, and then you were rescued by the Shirtai. Don't forget, Lady Jiao said that you were delirious at that time, but when I met you, you were very clear-headed. In these 4 or 5 years, maybe something happened to you, and then you were taken to the ferry by the Shirtai. Meng finally stopped crying and nodded slightly. You're right. Fate makes fools of people. Things are often like this. Seeing Meng sad, the village women next to her wiped their tears. After a while, Meng stood up and said, Lady Jiao, I want to pay my respects to my mother and Granny Chiu. Yes, you should go. Your mother should pay her respects, and Granny Chiu should pay her respects even more. She was still talking about you when she died. Meng's eyes turned red again. Under the guidance of Nyonyo and some other children, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came to the mountain ridge behind the village. There were more than 10 graves on the mountain ridge. In the southernmost area, there were 2 inconspicuous ones. There were 2 wooden signs in front of them. One of the words could not be seen clearly, and the other one was also blurred. However, one could still vaguely see that it was Grandma Chiu. Nyonyo said in a childish voice, These 2 are Lady Aya and Granny Chiu. Every year when we came to pay our respects, Grandma would always talk about them. I remember them very clearly. Hearing Nyonyo's words, Meng's tears couldn't help but fall like a broken string of pearls. Meng quickly walked to her mother's grave and knelt down. She kowtowed 9 times and murmured, "Mother, I'm back. Forgive me for being unfilial. I didn't know that Mother was buried here. I couldn't come to pay my respects to Mother." Seeing the lush grass on the grave, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She walked over and pulled up the grass one by one. Then, she asked Nyonyo to bring a shovel from the village to add new soil on the grave. Then, Meng cleaned up Granny Chio's grave. After Meng finished paying her respects, she scratched her head. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to do. She couldn't kneel down and kowtow, could she? So, she asked tentatively, "Meng?" Meng heard Zhang Xiaohua calling her with tears in her eyes. She looked at her lover standing next to her, bit her lips, and said, "Thank you, Xiaohua. Mother and Granny Chio will be very happy if they know that you helped them repair their graves." Then, she looked down at the 2 inconspicuous graves and murmured, "Your son wants to be filial, but you are not here. Mother, your daughter, has grown up now. My illness should be cured, but you are not here. You've left and taken away all of my memories. Even if I wanted to miss you, I couldn't. Are you worried about your daughter?" Meng's shoulders shook again, and she cried softly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and did not know how to comfort her. After thinking for a while, she found a place to sit down. The children around her played for a while and found it boring. They all clamored to return to the village. Beside the desolate little graveyard, there was only the beautiful Meng, who was filled with endless melancholy. There was also Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to comfort her but was powerless to do so. The afternoon passed quickly. Lady Jiao and the other village women knew how Meng felt, so they didn't disturb her. They waited for the sky to turn dark, and several people came back from the other side of the village. They had bows and arrows on their backs, crude spears and padao in their hands, and some game on their shoulders. These people came from the mountain ridge. They saw people on the graves from afar, so they quickened their steps. When they saw Meng, an older man shouted in surprise, You are back?" Then he shouted behind him, "Sikong, Granny Chiozia is back." As he shouted, an old man jogged over from behind. "It's really you're back. You don't know Granny Chio. Sigh, I complained so much. She only spoke to me when she was about to leave." Meng didn't know what to do when she saw Sikong's sincere smile and concerned tone. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua for help. She didn't have the spirit she had when she killed the bad guys on Dragon Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Sikong, I am Ren Xiaoyao. Oh yes, Junior. Ye has lost all her memories. She doesn't recognize Sikong or the other uncles and aunties in the village." I know. Sikong nodded kindly. "You used to be like this too. I haven't seen her for a few years. She seems normal now. She will be fine in the future." "Yes, Sikong. She just doesn't remember the past. Everything else is fine." "That's great. Which miracle doctor cured her? This old man needs to thank him properly." Meng wasn't used to Sikong's unusual care for her. She said embarrassedly, "Sikong, are you close to me?" When a man beside her heard this, he smiled and said, "Little Ya, fourth master isn't very familiar with you, but he's very familiar with Granny Chio." Sikong's weathered face was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "All right, it's good that you are back. You go back to the village. It's windy here. Don't get sick again. Otherwise, Granny Chio will blame me again." Meng's eyes reddened again. She nodded and said, "Yes, Sikong." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng returned to the small village with a few men who came back from hunting. Sikong pointed to a large wooden house in the north of the village and said, "Yeah, this is where you lived with your mother and Granny Chio. Do you remember?" Chapter 10:16. It was a very ordinary wooden house. It looked even more dilapidated than Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. At this moment, the lights in the wooden house were already lit up. The village women must have known that Meng was going to stay in the village tonight. "We're back!" A man yelled at the top of his lungs, startling a few birds on a nearby tree. In an instant, The previously quiet village immediately became lively. First, a few children ran out from the small houses, shouting, "Daddy," as they scrambled to be the first to pounce on the men. When they arrived in front of the children, the men threw their weapons and prey on the ground. Then, they hugged their children and raised them up high. Then, they put their unshaven faces close to the children's faces, causing the children to giggle crazily. A few village women also came over at this time and took the weapons and prey that the man had thrown down. They stood beside their men and children and looked at them with smiles. From time to time, they would stretch out their hands and knock away the grass, leaves, branches, and other things on the men's bodies. Then, these men and children slowly walked back to the village and returned to their own houses. Meng and Zhang Xiaohua walked at the back. Looking at the happy family, their hearts were filled with tenderness. At the same time, they also felt a slight pain. Although the pain was different, they secretly held each other's hands. Zhang Xiaohua whispered in Meng's ear, we will have them, okay?" Meng replied in an even lower voice. Her face was slightly red. Although Zhang Xiao's last sentence disappointed her, it was sweet to hear it. "My parents are also waiting for me at home. My brother and sister-in-law's children have grown up. If you go back with me, you will be as happy as them. Yeah, you go back to your house first. I will go back and pack up. You haven't been back for a long time. The uncles and aunts in the village will welcome you." After Sikong finished speaking, he smiled and took the things to the house not far away. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng waited in front of the wooden house. They saw Lady Jiao coming out. She smiled when she saw them. "I was about to ask the children to call you. Coincidentally, we met Sikong." "Yes, where did Si Gong and the rest go hunting? Who knows where they went? They came back early today. I think they had a good harvest." "Yeah, and Xiaoyao, you guys go in first. The other aunts and I have already tidied up the house. I will go back to Sinyonyo's father and make some delicious food." Meng waved her hand and said, "Lady Jiao, don't bother. I don't have any appetite." "Alas, child, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You have to live well so that your mother and Grandma Chiao can rest in peace in the underworld." "All right, I made your favorite rabbit meat soup. You should drink a few more bowls later." After saying that, Lady Jiao left in a hurry. Looking at Lady Jiao's back, Meng murmured, "They are so good to me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Yes, they watched you grow up. They treat you like their own child. Of course, they like you from the bottom of their hearts. But they have their own lives. I am not their family after all." Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and said, "They are not, but I am." Meng bit her lip and pulled Zhang Xiaohua into the wooden house. The wooden house was very simple. In the middle was a room like a hall. There was a large low wooden table with a few low stools beside it. There was a tea set on the table, which didn't look expensive. There were also some common furnishings in the village. It was similar to the central room of the Guizhuang house. There were 2 wooden walls on both sides of the central room, which separated 2 rooms. Meng hesitated for a moment and walked into the room on the right. Zhang Xiaohua brought a candle to accompany her. This was obviously a woman's boudoir. As soon as they entered, they saw a dressing table with a dusty bronze mirror on it. Next to the mirror was a small box. Next to the dressing table was a maroon wooden cabinet. It wasn't locked. Next to the wooden wall was a rough wooden bed. At this time, there was nothing on the wooden bed, only a bare wooden board. Meng walked to the dressing table and raised her hand to wipe off the dust on the bronze mirror. Then she looked at her face with the candle in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She was in a daze. It seemed that under the candle, in the bronze mirror, she saw the scene of her mother putting yellow flowers on the mirror more than 10 years ago. After a long while, Meng sighed and raised her hand to open the small box. There were many compartments in the box, but those compartments were already empty. When Meng was about to close the box, her eyes focused. She saw something in a small compartment on the lid. When she reached out and took it out, it was a wooden hairpin. The hairpin was very rough and there were no patterns. It was similar to a chopstick. Meng carefully rubbed it a few times and held it in her hand. Looking up at the wooden cabinet, Meng opened it again. As expected, it was empty. Meng looked at it carefully and then reluctantly put it down. Looking at the empty room, Meng came to the room on the left again. The room on the left was obviously bigger than the one on the right. There were 2 wooden beds, one small and one big. This room was even emptier than the previous one. Except for the wooden bed, there was nothing else. However, Meng still walked over and sat on the small bed. She closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, footsteps came again. Zhang Xiaohua looked back and saw Sikong. At this time, Sikong had changed into a new set of clothes. His face looked a little energetic. Sikong entered the wooden house. Following Zhang Xiaohua's light, he saw Meng sitting on the bed and said with a smile, "That's the bed you've been sleeping on since you were a child. Helped Granny Chiu make it? Granny Chiu lives here, so it's convenient for her to take care of you at night." Then he looked around the room and said, "Before your mother left, she left half of her things to you and Granny Chiu. She gave the other half to the villagers. She hoped that the villagers would treat you well. Later, you were lost. Before Granny Chiu left, she gave the things in this room to the villagers. You know, the villagers are very kind, but they are also very poor. It's okay. Sikong, uncle and aunt live a very hard life. They also took care of me when I was a child. These things should be given to them. I just want to see the things my mother used when she was alive." Sikong's eyes fell on the wooden hairpin in Meng's hand and said, "This hairpin belongs to your mother. She didn't give it to anyone. Even Granny Chiu left it behind when she passed away. I don't know why, but I think she wanted to give it to you." "Oh, that's good. Sikong, I don't want anything. I just want this hairpin." Meng nodded. "By the way, will you live here in the future?" Sikong suddenly asked. Meng shook her head. "No, although you are very kind to me and treat me as your family, but I can't remember you at all." Meng was a little sad. Sikong sighed. "It's good that you don't live here. You're still young and have a long life ahead of you. Although life here is simple, it's also hard. It doesn't suit you. Maybe in the future, when you want to come back, you can come back. I'll let the others keep this wooden house for you." Meng shook her head. "No, Sikong, life in the village is very difficult. I see that Lady Jiu lives in straw huts. If it's possible, let's let them live in this wooden house. Sai, your mother was very kind to the villagers. No one is willing to live in this wooden house. It's just a memento. 1 year, 10 years, or 40 years can all be mementos. What about 50 years, 60 years? Sikong, mementos are in the heart. This wooden house is empty anyway. It's better to let everyone live in it. But I'll tell Lady Jiu later. By the way, Sikong, I don't want to leave my mother, but she's buried here. I'll miss her." Sikong thought for a moment, then said, "You're still young. Maybe you don't think so much. Your mother must be someone with a story outside. Why did she come to this isolated place while pregnant with you and live here for decades? Didn't she like the peace and quiet here? After she died, she told us to bury her on the mountain ridge. She didn't say anything else. Didn't she want to breathe the free air here after she died? I think you should respect your mother's wishes and not touch her grave. Let her rest here peacefully. If you miss her, you can come and visit. Anyway, you already know how to get here." Sikong is right. I didn't think it through," Meng said after thinking for a moment. "Also, fourth elder brother, my mother, did she say anything about what happened to her outside?" Sikong shook his head. "No. We just guessed that your mother was very powerful outside because she taught us martial arts moves. Then, did my mother say anything about my father?" Meng's voice trembled when she asked this question. Her eyes flashed with hope. However, Sikong still shook his head. "Your mother never mentioned it when she was alive. I also asked Granny Chiu. At that time, she wanted to send you to your father because of your serious illness. But Granny Chiu didn't know anything about it." Sigh. Meng sighed and didn't know what to say. "Young man." Si Gong turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaoya is the child of our entire village. You must treat her well in the future. The old man knows that you don't treat her well. Even if I have to risk my life, I will settle the score with you." Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, Meng's face turned red. Zhang Xiaohua held the candle and said with a smile, "Sikong, don't worry. Ye is my senior sister. Her martial arts are better than mine. She will bully me in the future. How can I bully her? You should worry more about my miserable life." Zhang Xiaohua. Meng's face turned red. She forgot to call Zhang Xiaohua and Xiaoyao. Chapter 10:17. Sikong saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Dream were so close, and his eyes unconsciously showed a kind smile. Not long after, Granny Nine returned with a large pot of white meat soup in her hands. Even from afar, Zhang Xiaohua could smell the fragrance of the soup. Although Zhang Xiaohua had long since abstained from eating, he still couldn't help but move his fingers. The people in the small village were very enthusiastic. Although Dream didn't know any names, they all called her Ya. They cooked the game they hunted during the day and brought it to Dream's wooden table. Although Dream had eaten countless delicacies in Chuanxiang cult, she was still touched by their friendship. She felt that the things in this mountain village were her favorite. This wooden house had been dark for several years. Tonight, the candlelight swayed and the sound of laughter was endless. However, when the people dispersed, Dream also rested in a house. Zhang Xiaohua sat alone in the hall, listening to the silence of the village. She also released her spiritual sense to look at the quiet village. She felt a little strange in her heart. However, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that it was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Is it because that mysterious person didn't come, so I'm being paranoid? Zhang Xiaohua could only think with self-mockery. The next morning, before Zhang Xiaohua woke up, the men in the village packed up their weapons and went on the road early. The village women sent the men away and went back to sleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone in the wooden house, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. She was very keen to find that Dream, who always woke up late, was standing in front of the window of the wooden house. The window was facing the graveyard on the ridge. "You're awake?" Dream asked. Her voice was a little strange. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Dream, did you sleep well last night?" "Well, it was okay." When Zhang Xiaohua went to the window in the sky, she saw that Dream's eyes were a little red. She couldn't help but sigh. "You didn't sleep last night, right?" "Well, how could I sleep? Let's go to Mother's grave and take a look." Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to the tombs again. Meng bent down and kowtowed a few times in front of the two tombs. She looked up at the sun that had jumped out of the horizon in the east and smiled. "A new day has come again." "Yes, it was. We couldn't find it yesterday." Zhang Xiaohua also raised his head. The warm sunlight shone on the faint flames in his eyes. "Since we couldn't find him yesterday, then why bother looking for him?" With that, Meng took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and walked away along the mountain ridge. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to Lady Jiao and the others?" Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. "There's no need. To be honest, although they treat me very well, and I know that I grew up here, but I don't have them in my heart. Looking at how much they spoil me, I feel a little ashamed. If we were to face the separation head-on, perhaps they would be a little sad. However, I only had my attachment to my mother. It could not help but be said to be a kind of embarrassment. Since that's the case, it's better to leave without saying goodbye." "You've grown up, Meng." Zhang Xiaohua held her hand and smiled. "By the way, I forgot that your name is Ya. Do you think I should call you Ya or Meng?" "What do you think?" Meng smiled. "I think you should be called Menya." Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "One is the name I gave you, and the other is the name your mother gave you. Isn't it just right to put them together?" "Bah, you're dreaming." Meng Qian smiled and said, "How can you put the name my mother gave me together with the name you casually gave me? If yesterday doesn't reappear, then what's the point of saying yesterday's name again? Just keep the name Ya in your heart and engrave it in your memory. Oh, by the way, I left in a hurry just now and forgot to leave some money for Lady Jiao and the others." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. "Oh, by the time you think about it, the cucumber will be cold." Meng snappily rolled her eyes at him and said, "I put all the money I had on the table and left some commonly used pills." "Well, that's great. When I first arrived at Emocho City, I also exchanged some money. It's enough for us to go all the way back to Huanxiang cult. Meng was surprised and asked curiously, what did you exchange for? Pills? Pills? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, those things are used as money in Huanxiang cult, but outside it's a life-saving thing. Why would I exchange it for pills? It's just some gold leaves that Nie Qin you gave me. I went to the bank and exchanged them for money. Hee, I thought you would steal it. Meng said with a smile. No, how can I have such a character in your eyes? Zhang Xiaohua also rolled her eyes at Meng Qian. You think? After speaking, Meng Yao released Zhang Xiaohua's hand and activated his internal energy. Using his qinggong, Meng Yao flew away. His silhouette in the forest that had just woken up in the morning was incomparably. Meng Qian's light laughter was like the sound of a bird crying for the first time. 10 days later, Zhang Xiaohua was riding on the David's deer on a rather secluded official road. Meng was riding on a big white horse. Both of them had a smile on their faces. They didn't talk much and only turned their heads occasionally. They looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. There was a kind of tacit understanding between them. It was as if their hearts were connected. But, after a while, Meng Qian looked at the scenery beside her and unconsciously said, Xiaohua, what kind of road are you leading us on? This doesn't seem like a road we've been on before. Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, of course not. We went to Yixia town and Poyang town. We didn't have enough time, so I found a shortcut. Then she proudly said, you can follow me. I guarantee that you will be able to see the light in front of your eyes. You will have the feeling of at the end of the road. Really? I don't dare to believe it. Meng pursed her lips and said, you don't know how many times you got lost along the way. How dare you boast today? A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. How long have we been out? I am a brand new me. Haha, Meng Qian laughed and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. Aren't you still a pair of small eyes and a flat nose? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and felt a little wronged. When she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned slightly. After a while, a strange expression appeared on her face. She patted her bald head and slowed down. When Meng Qian walked side by side with her, she said with a smile, Meng, I have something to tell you. What? Meng Qian said, why are you so mysterious? Then she blushed and said vigilantly, you don't think too much. Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, I really didn't think too much. While they were talking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind. The official road was straight, so they could see very far at a glance. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked back, they saw dozens of horses chasing from a distance. Oh no, what's wrong? Meng Qian was shocked. The official road was very remote. They had been walking for a long time and had not met anyone. Now that someone was chasing after them, they were in trouble. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. She saw that the person in front was Liang Zongshu who ambushed Peacock. And the person behind him was one of the people who set up the tripartite formation. Oh no, Zhang Xiaohua shouted, Meng, something bad is going to happen. Meng Qian panicked. What's wrong? You know all these people? Which sect are they from? How dare they go against the fragrant sect? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Yes, do you remember when Peacock was returning to the fragrant sect from Rejuvenation Valley? She was ambushed. Yes, I do. You are these people? Yes, I followed Peacock back to the fragrant sect. So I've seen them before. The first one is the one. Then, why don't we run? I'm afraid that won't work. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, even though we can't be sure that these people are coming for us, we still need to be prepared. How about this? You don't need to be afraid. We are the emissaries of the fragrant sect. In the future, the fragrant sect will go out into the world. If we don't go back, not only will the hierarch be angry, even the Dalan temple will be angry. They won't be able to bear the consequences. But Meng Qian was at a loss. What are you afraid of? Meng Qian, don't forget. Besides the fragrant sect and the Dalan temple, you have the Tenryu sect as your backing. Tell me, how dare they? Meng Qian nodded. Her mother was the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect. There was no doubt about it. Even the great master Chang'eng could see some clues. How could the leader of this mysterious sect not see it? Then, what do you mean? Meng Qian looked at the approaching crowd and felt a surge of courage. It's nothing. They're just here to capture us or cause us trouble. I have an idea. Since the two of us aren't a match for them, why don't we go with them and see which sect this mysterious force is from? What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua said in a relaxed manner. I thought it was a good idea. It's a bad idea. Meng Qian said helplessly. It's okay, Meng. I promise you that you'll be fine. Besides, if you don't want to play with them, we'll leave immediately. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua said, patting her chest. Leave? That's easy for you to say. My Qinggong isn't as good as Senior Kong's. If she can't run, how can I? Meng Qian said disdainfully. No, it's not that Peacock can't run. She can't run. Zhang Xiaohua explained, Rejuvenation Valley's caravan? Cough, cough. Don't say any more. They're already in front of us. Meng Qian glared at her. The two of them rode to the side of the official road. The one in front was Liang Zhangshu. He held a long knife in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Qian hiding on the side of the official road, he couldn't help but smile. He whispered to the disciple next to him, Sect leader is really good. He knows that this pair of man and woman are inexperienced. That's why he ordered us to capture them. Look, they still think they're on a scenic tour. Brother Liang is right. However, these two are still young. We have more than enough manpower. Asking Brother Liang to do this is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Knife? Liang Zhangshu waved the knife slightly. There was a sound of the knife. He then said seriously, the cult of incense is not to be underestimated. 2 years ago, we went to Rejuvenation Valley to kill Peacock. Although we arranged it well, didn't we still return in defeat? Chapter 10:18. Liang Zhangshu led everyone to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua. With a wave of his hand, he surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them coldly. When everyone stood still, she cupped her hands and said, I am the disciple of the incense cult who sent the message to the Dalan temple. May I know what business you have with me? Liang Zhangshu rode forward and cupped his hands. I am Liang Zhangshu from between the clouds and the water. Greetings to the disciple of the incense cult. Between the clouds and the water? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, Is it a sect? Between the clouds and the water? Liang Zhangshu smiled. Yes, our sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water. We have not made a name for ourselves in Jianghu yet. We have embarrassed Ren Xiaoxia. Brother Liang, since you know that my surname is Ren and that I am the disciple of the incense cult, it seems that you have come prepared. What business do you have with me? Liang Zhangshu nodded and said, I'm looking for young hero Ren and Miss Xixia. Of course I have something to discuss with you, but it's not convenient to talk here. Can you follow me to the other sect? Where is Between the Clouds and the Water? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Ren Xiaoxia is really muddle-headed. Between the Clouds and the Water has not made a name for itself in Jianghu yet. Of course, this place cannot be told to him. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, then it will be difficult. I have to rush back to the incense cult to report to the cult leader. It is not up to Ren Xiaoxia to decide whether to go or not. Don't you think so, Miss Xixia? Meng looked at him coldly and said, I'll listen to junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, See? Before he could finish his sentence, the saber in Liang Zhangshu's hand trembled slightly and hummed continuously. A disciple next to him said angrily, You brat, Brother Liang is giving you face and advising you nicely. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Noisy. Zhang Xiaohua scolded, I'm talking to your brother Liang, when did you open your mouth? As soon as the word, open your mouth, was said, Zhang Xiaohua's figure floated up from the David's deer and used the ethereal steps to get closer. The disciple only saw a flash and a figure appeared in front of him. Without waiting for the disciple to make a move, a voice angrily said, You dare. Unfortunately, as soon as the word, dare, was said, a light, sound was heard. The disciple felt a burning sensation on his face and a pain in his mouth. Just as he was about to spit out blood, a saber light flashed in front of him again. However, when the blade reached the disciple's eyes, it stopped. This was because Zhang Xiaohua was already laughing. He turned around and flew back to the back of the David's deer. "Ah, I dare." Zhang Xiaohua threw this sentence in front of the saber light. When Zhang Xiaohua sat on the David's deer's back, the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth. "Do." The disciple placed his hand on the saber at his waist, but in the end he was unable to pull it out. Liang Congshu's relaxed expression was now serious. He took the saber back from the disciple's eyes and stared at Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Ren Xiaoxia is actually good at Qinggong." Along the way, he hid it and didn't reveal it. This is really unexpected for Liang. Then he coldly said, "What's the reason for Ren Xiaoxia's move?" Making a move in front of Liang, does he think that Liang is blind? There's no reason. It's just that Ren doesn't like other people telling him what to do. If Ren wants to do something, even if you stop him, Ren will still do it. If Ren doesn't want to do it, even if you beg him, Ren won't do it. Moreover, Ren is just a disciple of the fragrant religion. Mo Xinggong's senior sisters are all better than me in Qinggong. There's no need to be so proud. Ren Xiaoxia is young and full of vigor. The martial arts of your sect's inner disciples, Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to show off. Liang naturally knows, but even if Ren Xiaoxia's Qinggong is good, but are you sure he can escape from my hands? Liang Congshu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, his saber still in his hand. Running is not running is running. What's the difference between running and not running? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Liang Congshu was stunned, and then he clapped his hands. You really came back from the Dalan Temple. You actually learned the catchphrase of the Dalan Temple. Unfortunately, you're not Master Chongqing, nor the great Master Chonggung, nor the Chongqing abbot. So, even if you're good at talking, you can't escape today. I won't run. Brother Liang, I have a few questions. If you can answer truthfully, I'll persuade my senior sister to go with you. What do you think? What questions? Liang Congshu said vigilantly. If it involves the secrets of my sect, forgive me, Liang, for not being able to answer. Then listen first. Okay, Ren Xiaoxia, please speak. Brother Liang? Another disciple next to him whispered, Why are you being so polite with him? Just take him. We have so many brothers, what's there to be afraid of? Liang Congshu frowned and glared at him. I have my own ideas. Brother Liang, your junior brother, doesn't seem to understand your painstaking efforts. It's not strange at all. Even a wise man can make mistakes. My disciple just wants to do his best for the leader, but he forgot that you're the envoy of the cult of fragrance, and you're on a diplomatic mission to the Dalan Temple. If we take you away, won't between the clouds and the water offend the cult of fragrance and the Dalan Temple before we even enter Jianghu? Will we be able to live a peaceful life in the future? It's better to invite Ren Xiaoxia and Miss Zixia to between the clouds and the water as guests. It'll be easy to come and easy to send. It'll be good for everyone. Respect. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. Brother Liang, with your level, you should be sent to the cult of fragrance as awakening jellyfish. Awakening jellyfish? Liang Congshu frowned slightly, then smiled. Ren Xiaoxia, you? Is this the first question? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. If you think so, then so be it. Well, since Ren Xiaoxia said it clearly, then Liang will tell you the truth. Awakening jellyfish was sent to your sect by between the clouds and the water. It's just that there hasn't been any news of awakening jellyfish for a long time. Moreover, Ren Xiaoxia also knows about it. I'm afraid that he's most likely dead, right? Well, it's impolite to keep in touch. I'll also answer Brother Liang's question. I only found out about it from the mouths of your sect's other spies. As for who it is, whether it's dead or alive, I really don't know. However, before I left the valley, something big happened in the sect. In a fit of anger, the sect leader captured all the spies from the various sections. I'm afraid that Lord Awakening Jellyfish is among them. Oh, so that's how it is. Liang Cangshu nodded. Is the master the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. Yes, that's right. There's no need to hide this. Ren Xiaoxia came from the cult of fragrance and appeared in Macho City. I'm sure he also knows about the incident in Rejuvenation Valley. Sai, you are really something. You even know that Ren and senior sister went to Macho City? I don't deserve such praise. Ren Xiaoxia and Miss Zixia went to the Dalan Temple without anyone knowing. That's what I call amazing. The people of Jianghu were all kept in the dark by you. If it weren't for the disciples of the other sects, Liang wouldn't have known that these two unremarkable disciples were actually the emissaries of the cult of fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it was your sect's spies in the Dalan Temple who told you. Huh, is this the third question? Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm the one asking such an idiotic question? Anyone with a brain can think of the answer. She then looked at Meng and asked in a low voice, Did you guys do the shirtai shirtai? Shirtai shirtai. Liang Cangshu was stunned and immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Is Ren Xiaoxia joking? Ren Xiaoxia knows the martial arts of the shirtai shirtai better than I do. If I want to send someone from Between the Clouds and the Water, what kind of person should I send? How did this person sneak into the cult of fragrance? Ren Xiaoxia. You can think of it with your brain. Why bother asking? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and laughed. I'm just casually asking for confirmation. You don't have to be so sarcastic, do you? Then what other questions does Ren Xiaoxia have? Liang Cangshu seemed to be tirelessly teaching. Nothing. Let's wait for Ren to think of it and ask him then. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Meng stopped them. I have a question. Miss Zixia, please ask. Who is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect? Sacred ambassador? Liang Cangshu was stunned and shook his head. This question? Forget it. Since you asked, Liang should answer. Liang has never heard of the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua and Dream looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. However, Liang has heard that the Tenryu sect has a mysterious saintess. This saintess has a noble status in the sect. She is second only to one person and above everyone else. Other than the sect leader, Sakura, everyone has to be respectful to her and listen to her every word. Of course, this is only what Liang has heard. This Tenryu sect saintess has always been mysterious. Not to mention outsiders, even in the Tenryu sect, very few people have seen her true face except for the demigods and semi-devils. Meng asked again, is Grand Elder Jing Gang? Grand Elder Jing Gang? Liang Cangshu was stunned and asked curiously, what about Grand Elder Jing Gang? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Meng shook her head. Liang Cangshu fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng. Meng nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Also, is there an old man wearing a bronze mask between the clouds and the water? He calls himself a banner lord or something. Banner lord? Liang Cangshu said without hesitation, Between the Clouds and the Water doesn't have a banner lord. This old man isn't from Between the Clouds and the Water. Then he said impatiently, all right, Liang has already answered your questions. Will the two of you follow Liang? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, a gentleman keeps his word. Since I said it, I won't go back on my words. Straightforward. Liang Cangshu didn't expect the matter to be resolved so smoothly. He laughed and said, I hope the two of you don't mind if I seal your acupoints. Chapter 10:19. Nonsense, of course I mind. Zhang Xiaohua said, do you think we're fools? If you hit our acupoints, won't we be at your mercy? That's not very good. Liang can't let you know where Between the Clouds and the Water is. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's your problem. Anyway, we can't let you hit our acupoints. Forget it. Since Ren Xiaoxia doesn't agree to hit our acupoints, then we won't hit them. Liang Cangshu smiled and said, then what should we do? Zhang Xiaohua had an ominous feeling. You'll know when the time comes. Liang Zhangshu also smiled and didn't answer. The three of them chatted for a long time, and it was as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't look like they were hostile to each other. Then, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream followed beside Liang Zhangshu, and Liang Zhangshu walked in the middle of the Aqua Cloud disciples. They found another official road and headed southeast. After a few days, Liang Zhangshu got a carriage from somewhere and took out 2 pieces of black cloth. He said, apologetically, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, if you go any further, you'll reach between the clouds and the water. For safety reasons, please get off your horses and use these 2 pieces of black cloth to cover your eyes. My disciples between the clouds and the water will lead the carriage and send you to between the clouds and the water as guests." Out of Liang Zhangshu's expectation, Zhang Xiaohua agreed very readily. She obediently got on the carriage and covered her eyes with the black cloth again. She said, "Brother Liang, what do you think?" Of course, this is good." "Well, if this is the case, if between the clouds and the water is found out in the future, you can't say that you have something to do with Ren." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's mockery, Liang Zhangshu turned a deaf ear. He waited for the 2 to cover their eyes and said, "Between the clouds and the water hasn't appeared in Jianghu yet, so naturally, we have to keep it a secret. But when between the clouds and the water becomes famous in Jianghu, I'll invite Ren Xiaoxia to be my guest between the clouds and the water. Sure. As long as there's good wine and good food, call me at any time." Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and spoke casually. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng got on the carriage, and Liang Zhangshu sat in front of the carriage to accompany them. The carriage continued to move forward. The carriage traveled for another 3 days and nights. Zhang Xiaohua also used her divine sense to observe for 3 days. But as she watched, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Except for the first day, when the carriage went in a straight line, the rest of the days were curved. Even though Zhang Xiaohua was a road idiot, she naturally knew the same scenery after seeing so many times. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She sat quietly in the carriage and only looked outside occasionally. Most of the time, she was comprehending the way of heaven and comprehending the new dragon and tiger talisman. As for the heaven-reaching staff technique, she had already memorized it in her mind. She was just waiting for a suitable weapon to practice it properly. Meng Yi sat close to Zhang Xiaohua in the carriage. A few days ago, when she found out about her background, she was both sad and happy. Later, under Zhang Xiaohua's guidance, she gradually figured it out. Now, according to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement, they were going to the nest between the clouds and the water to have a look. She took advantage of these few days of peace to think about the future and straighten out her thoughts. Therefore, in the carriage, there was silence. The 3 of them didn't speak anymore. On the 4th day, the carriage no longer curved and sped forward. After traveling for half a day, they came to the front of a continuous mountain range. The carriage didn't stop and picked a random path to get closer. When they reached the front of the mountain, the carriage couldn't move forward. Liang Zhangshu jumped down from the carriage and called out, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, you can get down now." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Yi groped their way down and asked, "Have we arrived at between the clouds and the water?" Not yet. But it's close at hand. The carriage can't go on the road below. I'm sorry, you 2 have to ride horses." No problem." The 2 of them then rode on their respective horses and David's deer, following the rugged mountain path. After 4 hours, they turned around a tall mountain. A gust of cold air blew against their faces, and a large pool appeared in front of them. The pool was dark green in color, and at the intersection of the several pools, there was a mist that covered a huge island. "Well, you 2 can take off the black cloth," Liang Zhangshu said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Yi took off the black cloth. When they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes showed a surprised expression. "This is your sect? Between the clouds and the water?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. I was thinking along the way why your sect had such a strange name. Now it seems that the sect is just like its name." "Yes, Ren Xiaoxia is right. Between the clouds and the water is above the blue water and under the white clouds. Water and clouds are the state of the sect's prosperity." Looking at Liang Zhangshu's complacent expression, Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out, "Does your sect leader tell you this every day?" Meng Yi looked at it for a while and asked curiously, "Senior brother? Liang, your sect's water island, is a foreign land. Looking at your sect's image, it should be the realm of immortality. But why have I never heard of your sect's name?" Liang Cangshu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Our sect has experienced a drastic change in the past. Many of our disciples have perished. Our sect leader Darren has been enduring hardships to achieve what we have today. Perhaps many people in your sect resent our sect's private methods, but who knows how difficult it is for our sect to survive." Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "How can we not be hurt when we're in Jianghu? We only practice the art of escape." Then she looked a little embarrassed, but she couldn't finish her sentence. "Ah," Liang Cangshu laughed and said, "You let others take the hit for you." Meng Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped his hands and said with a hint of admiration in his heart, "Senior brother Liang is very talented. This little brother admires you. Junior brother Ren is joking. Liang invited you here. I hope you won't blame him in the future." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Didn't I say that if we don't want to come, we won't come no matter how you invite us? Brother Liang invited us to see the wonderful view between the clouds above the water. I can't thank you enough." Liang Cangshu appeared very open and candid. He raised his hand and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, please. Our sect's sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time." Everyone went down the mountain and walked to the edge of the pool. There was already a big boat docked on the shore. Zhang Xiaohua was worrying about how to get the great wisdom sword on the boat when Liang Cangshu said, "Please don't blame us. You can leave the horses on the shore." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "We'll follow Brother Liang's arrangement." The two of them boarded the boat. The big boat moved slowly. When they got closer, the giant island between the clouds and the water gradually revealed its true appearance. The island was like a big mountain standing between the pools. The mountain was densely covered with pine and bamboo and strange rocks. At a glance, they couldn't see any path up the mountain. About 10 feet above the water, there was a thick fog that shrouded the mountain. Everything couldn't be seen clearly. Even when the big boat arrived in front of the island and looked up, the thick fog still couldn't be seen. It was as if it was attached to the island. "Brother Liang, this fog is quite strange. It's different from normal?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. "You're really a disciple of a famous sect." Liang Cangshu almost gave her a thumbs up. He said proudly, "This is our sect's method of immortality. It's the foundation of protecting between the clouds and the water." Meng snorted and said in a low voice, "It's just as a... Compared to my fragrant sect's protective formation, the peak protection formation, it's still a bit weaker." "Miss Zixia is right, but your sect's formation, hee." Meng rolled her eyes at him and didn't argue with him anymore. When the big boat got closer, it stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited for the disciple who was controlling the boat to walk to the bow of the boat. Then he raised 2 scarlet triangular flags and waved them left and right. No one knew what the flags meant. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the big boat moved on its own and slowly drifted along the water island. When one looked carefully at the water below the boat, one could see that the water was divided into different parts. Some were moving forward, some were moving backward, and some were moving straight toward the water island. Only Zhang Xiaohua's boat seemed to be on a fixed course. It went in one direction and kept moving forward. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived, she hid her divine sense and true energy. She didn't release her divine sense and couldn't see the abnormality of the water flow. However, Zhang Xiaohua still praised, "Brother Liang, this entrance method is quite similar to my sect's formation." Liang Cangshu's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, "How does one enter your sect?" Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of Chang Chang and the magical bead he buried beside Jinghai Lake. She smiled bitterly and said, "Your sect has been searching for a long time. Until now, you still haven't found the secret of our sect?" Liang Cangshu smiled faintly and said, "Who says we haven't? Liang just wants to hear junior brother Ren's opinion." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "I won't embarrass myself." As they were talking, the big boat tilted and shook violently as if it was about to flip over. Then, it rushed toward the moss-stained stone wall of the island. Ouch! Meng couldn't help but cry out. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked too. However, when she saw Liang Cangshu's calm expression and the disciple at the front of the boat using the 1,000-kilogram drop to stabilize himself, she immediately understood. She reached out her left hand and held Meng's small hand. Meng held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and felt at ease. At this moment, the big boat was about to crash into the stone wall. However, the strange thing was that there was no sound at all. It was as if the stone wall did not exist. The big boat sank into the wall. After that, everyone's eyes lit up. An extremely wide waterway appeared in front of them. On both sides of the waterway, there were a few rows of short peach trees. At this moment, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Wherever the breeze passed, countless petals would drift and fall on the water surface of the waterway. It was a poetic and picturesque scene. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "What a good place to go. Your sect leader seems to be a cultured person." Junior brother Ren is right. Our sect leader has great talent and bold vision. She is indeed rare in this world. All the traps and arrays between the clouds and the water were set up by her. She is truly admirable. Chapter 10:20. The boat traveled for several li, but it still didn't reach the shore. At this time, it was the disciple who steered the boat. The two sides of the waterway had become cliffs and precipices. On the cliffs, the cries of apes and cranes rose and fell one after another. The precipices were also lush and verdant, with many green things hidden in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and felt quite strange. She pointed at the green on the precipice and said, "Brother Liang, what kind of medicinal herbs are these? This humble one has never seen such a thing before." Liang Cangshu glanced at it and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren has misjudged. Those aren't medicinal herbs, but tea trees." Tea trees? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, "Are those green leaves tea leaves? Why are they different from what I usually see?" "Naturally, they are different." Liang Cangshu said, "Junior brother Ren has seen that they have been processed. These are grown on tea trees, so of course they are different." I understand." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Reading 10,000 books is really not as good as traveling 1,000 li. If I didn't come to your sect, how would I know that tea leaves would be like this?" While chatting and laughing, the big boat went against the current and entered a small pool. When it docked on the shore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. There is an island in the water, and there is water on the island. The Tao of immortality is really magical. On the shore, an old man with white hair and beard was waiting with several disciples. After jumping ashore, Liang Cangshu introduced, "Ren Xiaoxia, this is Li Su of Huiming Hall, Lili." Lili smiled, his mouth wide open. He cupped his hands and said, "On behalf of Bai Zhangmen, I welcome Miss Zixia, Ren Xiaoyao, and Ren Xiaoxia from the incense cult." Although Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were forced to come here, they saw that Liang Cangshu did not make things difficult for them along the way. This Huiming Hall's Li Su was also polite to Li. Although they were puzzled, they also went forward to greet him. They bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Li, for welcoming us. Miss Zixia and Ren Xiaoxia are too courteous." Li smiled. "Both of you are the messengers of the incense cult. Of course, you represent the incense cult. How could I, between the clouds and the water, not treat you with respect? We don't dare, we don't dare." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Bai Zhangmen of the incense cult still has important matters to attend to. For the time being, I will have to inconvenience you too. This way, please. I have already arranged a place for you too. Please take a rest. This way, Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia. Liang will take his leave first. Liang Cangshu cupped his hands and said goodbye, then left without saying a word. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were led by Li Li to an abode. In the abode, several beautiful maids had already brewed fragrant tea and picked some rare fruits, waiting for the guests. After the guests and the host landed, Li raised his teacup and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Zixia, please try our cloud mist tea. This is a specialty of our incense cult." You can't taste it anywhere else. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng both picked up their teacups and took a sip, praising it endlessly. Meng was fine with it. She only felt that this mouthful of refreshing tea made her mouth salivate and had endless flavors. Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. She only felt that when the tea entered her stomach, a wisp of qi of heaven and earth was naturally born. She only needed to slightly circulate her qi to refine it into her body. She knew that this tea was indeed precious. Zhang Xiaohua had also drunk tea with qi of heaven and earth in the Guizhuang house. That tea only had an ordinary taste. Although the qi of heaven and earth was comparable to this tea, the taste was worlds apart. Good tea. Zhang Xiaohua put down her teacup and praised, Ren can be considered to have drunk countless good teas, but I think this is the first time he has drunk this kind of celestial tea. Li Li was overjoyed and said, Ren Xiaoxia can actually taste 3 of its flavors? Sect leader Bai is also a tea lover. He often says that this is a celestial tea. Although this old man can taste the differences, I can't tell why. Please enlighten me, Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and said with a smile, Old Hall Master is thinking too much. I just feel that this tea is indeed a little different from the tea of Chuanxiang cult, but I don't know what the difference is. Let me tell you something, but I have disappointed Li Li. Li was indeed disappointed, but he still said, since Ren Xiaoxia likes it, then please wait a moment. This cloud mist tea is also precious in between the clouds and the water. This old man will go and see if the sect leader is free. At the same time, I will also ask for some tea for Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped her hands and said, Thank you very much. After Li left, Zhang Xiaohua also asked the others in the house to leave. Meng rebuked, When did you drink tea on Lingering Fragrance Peak? Why didn't I know? Why are you talking nonsense? Don't you care about your face? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Mother and father at home both like to drink tea, but they drink despicable tea. Now that they see a rare tea, how can they not ask for some? Bring it back for father and mother to taste? For this, why would I care about my face? Meng was a little disappointed. Sigh, you can give up your face to find something fresh for mother. Even if I want to give it up, who can I give it to? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua patted Meng's shoulder and said, Don't you still have my father and mother? If you have to give it up, then give it up. Meng's face flushed red and she spat, They are your father and mother. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled but did not continue to harp on this. She said, That may not be so. Although your mother is no longer alive, your father can still be found. From Liang Cangshu's words, your mother should be the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. Such a noble role, how bad can your father be? Perhaps he is a famous person in Jianghu? But what? Mengqiet. However, looking at your mother's appearance, she ran to a remote village to hide. There's an 80 to 90% chance that she's hiding from the Heavenly Dragon sect. That father of yours that you haven't met, I'm afraid he's not someone from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Sigh, yes, I think so too. But, my father is still my father. No matter what, I have to know who he is. Meng was melancholy. She then looked outside and frowned. Xiaohua, I have been thinking along the way. Why is Liang Cangshu so polite and insisted that we come between the clouds and the water? If it was my decision, even Yu Sui would not agree. I listened to your idea and followed you here. How confident are you that you can escape from here? Why do we have to escape? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Although I don't quite understand the intentions of that Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water, just looking at Liang Cangshu and Li Su here, they do not seem to have any ill intentions. Perhaps that Bai Zhangmen has something to ask us personally? I have a feeling that things are not so simple. Didn't you ask Liang Cangshu a few questions earlier? You also told me on the way here. They have been working hard in Jianghu for so many years and have always maintained a mysterious appearance. Why are they being so polite to us? Don't forget that great elder Jing Gang was killed by them. They have been at odds with our fragrant cult for so many years. It would be easy for them to kill us now. You don't have to worry about this. Since this Xiaoxia dared to bring you here, I naturally have 100% confidence. If I had a 99% confidence, why would I be willing to let you take the risk? Let's not talk about other things, just you. Can't you talk about something else? Why do you always talk about my appearance? Isn't it just because my mother is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect? As for whether or not she is the sacred lady, I don't know if she will give face. Meng was a little annoyed by Zhang Xiaohua's weak explanation. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng was a little upset. She was brought to a strange place by between the clouds and the water and walked blindfolded for a long time. He couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. He held Meng's hand and chatted with her. Meng's expression gradually eased. After the time it took to eat a meal, the old hallmaster returned with 2 jade bottles in his hand. He had a smile on his face. He entered the door and said, "I am really sorry for making you 2 wait." Then he handed over the jade bottles and said, "This is between the clouds and the water's specialty, cloud mist tea. Please keep it well." Zhang Xiaohua took the bottles and opened the cork. A light and elegant fragrance rushed into his nose. His whole head felt refreshed. He used his divine sense to scan the jade bottles and found that there was a rich vitality in them. Zhang Xiaohua kept 1 bottle for herself and handed the other to Meng. Meng looked at him and said, "You keep it for me." After Zhang Xiaohua put it away, Li said with a smile, "Bai Zhang men of the Bai sect invited Ren Xiaoxia to the White Cloud Hall for a chat." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Why aren't there 2 people?" The old hallmaster said, "This is the sect leader's order." "I don't know." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. She said, "Please lead the way for me, Mr. Li." Then he turned his head and said, "Senior Sister Zixia, please wait here. I will be back soon." Be careful," Meng replied with concern. Zhang Xiaohua followed Li Su to a simple and unadorned hall. At this time, there were more than 10 people sitting on both sides of the hall. There were men and women, fat and thin. Liang Zhangshu sat on the right side, slightly above. The 3 people who set up the 3 talents formation were also next to him, sitting below. Young Master Peng Yeyu was also among them. When Peng Yeyu saw Zhang Xiaohua, his face changed greatly. When he returned to between the clouds and the water, he only told her about the Immortal Dao people in Emocho City. How could he tell her about him and Huang Chang? Although he knew that there were disciples of the fragrant religion in Jianghu, they were all male disciples of the Ruijin Palace. Sometimes he faintly felt that Meng's words were somewhat credible, but he had always been secretly denying himself. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he knew that the unremarkable young man and woman were telling the truth. They were really disciples of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the people in the hall, and her eyes fell on the beautiful woman who was nearing 40 years old. She saw that the beautiful woman's black hair was like clouds, her eyebrows were like black, her nose was high, and her face was sparkling like jade. She had a dignified face. "Huh." Zhang Xiaohua just looked at the beautiful woman when a divine sense swept over her body. It went back and forth a few times. "People of the Immortal Dao?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and thought to herself, "What Liang Zhangshu said before, I thought it was an exaggeration. The Immortal Dao in this world, other than the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect, even the Misty School, the so-called inheritance of a large sect, does not have any experts of the Immortal Dao. And the Righteous Alliance may not have any Immortal Dao people. Between the clouds and the water, how could there be an Immortal Dao cultivator?" Chapter 1021. Reporting to Sect Master, Fragrant Religion Disciple Rin Xiaoyao is here. After Li reported, he sat on a chair on the left. Ren Xiaoyao from Fragrant Religion greets by Zhang Men. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Please rise." A gentle force appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua and lifted her up. "Thank you, Bai Zhangmen." Zhang Xiaohua said, then turned to look at Peng Yeyu and cupped her hands. "So Brother Peng is a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. I'm sorry for my rudeness." When Peng Yeyu heard this, his originally gloomy face became even redder. He stole a glance at his sect master and cupped his hands. "So Ren Xiaoxia is really a disciple of Fragrant Religion. I'm sorry for my rudeness." Night Rain, Inoren Xiaoxia? Bai Zhangmen asked with a little surprise. This. Peng Yiyu only hesitated for a moment, then immediately told him about his encounter with Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Then he asked Zhang Xiaohua, I don't know. Young Master Huang of the Falling Star Alliance, Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Young Master Peng, what do you think will happen to him? Peng Yiyu. Bai Zhangmen sneered. This sect master asked you to go to the Falling Star Alliance to inquire about fragrant religion. You and Huang Chang, let's not talk about it, but Ren Xiaoxia already told you that they are disciples of fragrant religion. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? Sect master, please don't blame me. Disciple just thought that they were just talking nonsense. How can a disciple of fragrant religion really say that they are disciples of fragrant religion? They just wanted to scare us away, who would have thought? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, We are gentlemen, of course we are magnanimous. Peng Yiyu, go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Bai Zhangmen ordered without any explanation. When Peng Yiyu walked out of the main hall with an ashen face, Zhang Xiaohua was elated. This bastard actually dared to have ideas about my dreams. Letting you receive your punishment is really a gift from this Xiaoxia. Ren Xiaoxia, please take a seat, Bai Zhangmen said with a smile. A disciple brought a chair over. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and said with a smile, Bai Zhangmen is too courteous. I wonder why Bai Zhangmen invited me and senior marshal sister between the clouds and the water? Bai Zhangmen laughed and said, Of course there is a reason. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so many people. Bai Zhangmen has eyes everywhere. There are few people in Jianghu who don't know about you. You even know about my affairs clearly. Why would you still need me? Ren Xiaoxia praises you too much. Many things are not necessarily seen with one's eyes. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't be at ease. Alright, Bai Zhangmen, please enlighten me. I have to hurry back to the incense cult. At this time, I'm running out of time. Martial arts convention? Bai Zhangmen asked with interest. Sigh, since Bai Zhangmen already knows, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Bai Zhangmen asked, When will the incense cult's martial arts convention be held? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, All the major sects have received the invitation. Your cult has eyes and ears in all the sections. Don't tell me you don't know? Is it the 26th of this month? That's right, Zhang Xiaohua replied snappily. Well, there's still more than half a month. If Ren Xiaoxia returns in time, he can also make it in time to report. Bai Zhangmen laughed. That depends on whether Bai Zhangmen will let me return in time. Zhang Xiaohua said. Why not let you return in time? This sect master has never thought of keeping you alive. Thank you, Bai Zhangmen. Oh, there's no need. In fact, I invited you here this time to ask how you came out of the incense cult. It seems that there's still some time before your sect-protecting formation opens. Bai Zhangmen really doesn't know. Of course, I really don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent so many people and used so many methods to inquire about the secret passage of the incense cult. Sigh, why does Bai Zhangmen have to hide so much? I don't believe that Bai Zhangmen has no news. Zhang Xiaohua said somewhat evasively. If not, how could this sect leader invite you all here? Forget it, then I'll get straight to the point. Ren Xiaoxia, is there a problem with your sect-protecting formation? Yes, it is. Sure enough, if there were no flaws in the sect-protecting formation, how could so many disciples come out? How could all the sects go to Lingxiang Peak? Bai Zhangmen's face showed a strange expression. Since the incense cult is about to reappear in Jianghu, then what about us between the clouds and the water? How can we be willing to fall behind others? Then he seemed to explain to Zhang Xiaohua. Between the clouds and the water originally planned to summon the martial arts world next month and prepare to reappear in Jianghu. I didn't expect that the incense cult would send out a hero's invitation first. It's quite difficult for our sect. If we send out a hero's invitation after your cult, we'll inevitably be laughed at. Rather than that, it's better to take advantage of the Martial Arts Society Assembly to explain our sect's situation to the world's heroes. Good things come in pairs. Ren Xiaoxia, what do you think? Very good, very good. Bai Zhangmen invited me here so that I can pass this message to the cult leader of the other cult, right? Bai Zhangmen clapped his hands and said, exactly. If the other cult suddenly sends a disciple forward, it'll inevitably be rude and make Nun Jing-yi unhappy. It's better to let Ren Xiaoxia pass the message to show our sincerity. Well said, I'll definitely do as you say. In that case, thank you very much, Ren Xiaoxia, Bai Zhangmen suddenly asked. Your cult's protective array is gone. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought for a moment and said, this matter is considered a secret now, but when Bai Zhangmen arrives at Dianqi Lake, he'll naturally know. It's not a big deal to tell him now. Well, it's no wonder that the disciples of the incense cult can enter Jianghu at will. Alas, with the appearance of the incense cult, Jianghu is in chaos. The protection of the celestial way has always had a limit. After thousands of years, the incense cult has finally fallen into the mortal world. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, listening to Bai Zhangmen's tone, he's quite emotional. Could it be that there's also a story between the clouds and the water? Hee, Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to know? If it's possible, please enlighten me. Then, if Ren Xiaoxia tells me why you didn't directly return to the incense cult after coming out of the Dalan Temple, but instead went to Yixia Town, Baiquan Mountain, and Poyang Town, and even disappeared for a few days. Then I'll tell you the truth. Alas, Bai Zhangmen is really amazing. I've always been careful, but I've still been targeted by your cult. It's just that this matter can't be told to outsiders. Bai Zhangmen, please understand. Is that so? I heard that the great master Chang Gung of the Dalan Temple gave Ren Xiaoxia a note. What's on it? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Is it some kind of agreement between the incense cult and the Dalan Temple? Is it something related to the celestial way? Maybe it's something that the incense cult left in Jianghu? The more Zhang Xiaohua listened, the more she felt that Bai Zhangmen was too imaginative. She shook her head. Bai Zhangmen finally slapped the chair and stood up. Ren Xiaoxia, don't hide it. The whole family of Yixia Town and the Cheng family of Baiquan Mountain are inextricably linked to the celestial way. Even Poyang Town, in my impression, is related to the celestial way. When Ren Xiaoxia went to those places, he immediately killed and destroyed the bodies. If it's not some secret of the celestial way, how can I believe it? Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. She cupped her hands and said, Bai Zhangmen, what I said is the truth. Some of these are my personal affairs, so it's not convenient for me to tell you the truth. But one thing I can be sure of is that it has nothing to do with the celestial way that Honored Sir mentioned. If Honored Sir doesn't believe me, you can go and investigate. Honored Sir asked us to come here just to let us pass a message to the cult leader. I've already agreed. Sect leader, please go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak as soon as possible. Hee, sect leader Bai sneered and said, young hero Ren, you've always been sensible. Why are you so muddle-headed now? What? Zhang Xiaohua glared at her. If Ren doesn't say it, Bai Zhangmen won't listen? Compared to the secret of the celestial way, what's so important about you passing a message? Ren Xiaoxia should seriously think about it. There's no need to think about it, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted Bai Zhangmen and said, this matter has nothing to do with the celestial way. You're really not going to say it? Bai Zhangmen didn't believe her at all. What? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Bai Zhangmen, do you still want to interrogate me? Haha, Bai Zhangmen laughed. A small disciple of the fragrant fragrance cult is so rampant. If this sect leader doesn't use some tricks, won't he be looked down upon by the other disciples? As he spoke, Bai Zhangmen's left hand lit up. It was the teapot that he usually held in his hand. His right hand had already formed a seal. With a puss sound, his fingers slapped on the teapot. With a soft poof sound, the round teapot lid flew up, circled in the air, and suddenly enlarged. Bai Zhangmen pointed his finger, and the dustpan-like lid flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry at all. She reached into her chest and was about to take out Zhu Meng when suddenly a warm current flashed from her forehead. Her body was fixed to the ground, and she couldn't move at all. Then, the thing that Wan Wuxin left in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace in the ruins of Huan flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and supported the flying lid. The lid immediately turned back to its original form. With a spin, it flew back to Bai Zhangmen's hand. At this time, the thing that flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead also spun in the air. In a moment, it expanded again and turned into a primordial spirit projection, standing in the air. Wasn't that Wan Wuxin? Seeing such an unforeseen event, everyone in the hall between the clouds and the water was stunned. Bai Zhangmen was first stunned, then shocked. Finally, he stared at Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection with an incredulous expression. Are you a disciple of the Shindao sect? Where did you get the demon refining gourd in your hand? Wan Wuxin asked faintly. Junior is indeed a disciple of the Shindao sect, Bai Yanqiu. Seeing this, Bai Zhangmen didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "This demon refining gourd was passed down by this disciple's master." Chapter 1022. Well, the Lianyao flask was not refined properly, and your cultivation of the Shindao sect's mantra is not up to par. Why is the Lianyao flask controlled by a disciple with a weak cultivation like you? This. Bai Yanqiu was speechless. Is there anyone else here? Ask them to leave. No one is allowed to come within 500 feet, or else I will kill them all. Wan Wuxin said expressionlessly, "This is the friend I brought here. He needs to stay." "Yes," Bai Yanqiu replied and then said to the crowd, "All of you leave. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 feet of this hall, or else you will be killed." Everyone understood that the matter was confidential and immediately left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, looked bitter. Looking at the situation, Wan Wuxin was going to tell them what he told her in the ruins of Huanshu. This matter was unusual, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that her body was fixed by Wan Wuxin and she could not move, she had to listen even if she did not want to. "Sure enough," Wan Wuxin said, "as the disciple who controls the treasure of the Shindao sect, you must be a disciple with a high status in the sect. Do you know who I am?" Bai Yanqiu said respectfully, "I have seen the portrait of the founder of the Shindao sect in the secret chamber, so I naturally know who you are." "Well, it's good that you know I. However, your cultivation is so weak, I think the Shindao sect has declined." "Yes, good master, you know that our Shindao sect has been destroyed by the incense cult, the Misty School, the Dalan Temple, and other sects thousands of years ago. The remaining disciples of the Shindao sect have never dared to show up in Jianghu and only carefully passed down the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. Since a few hundred years ago, a genius disciple appeared in the sect and found the remains of the Immortal Tao and carried forward the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. However, in order to hide it and not forget the old shame, the Shindao sect has changed to between the clouds and the water. I am not talented, but I have been taught by my master, and now I am in charge of between the clouds and the water, and have been promoted to be the head of the between the clouds and the water." Wan Wuxin turned a deaf ear to her words and nodded. There is no sect in the world that has not declined for thousands of years. Even in the cultivation world, the replacement of sects is like the stars in the sky, and the sun rises and the moon falls. As long as the orthodoxy is still there, even if it has declined, it does not matter. That's right. Since there is a primordial spirit projection, between the clouds and the water will naturally restore the name of the Shindao sect. Under the leadership of the Grandmaster, we will unify Jianghu and revitalize the Immortal Tao. Bai Yanqiu's face flushed red, and she was obviously very excited. However, although Wan Wuxin could not hear her, he seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He smiled and said, "Silly child, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have left all the orthodoxy in the Shindao sect, so how can I help you again? Moreover, I am only a primordial spirit projection, which is not even a primordial spirit. Other than being able to speak, I can only judge the situation based on some mana. What are you talking about? Whether you are a man or a woman, I don't even know. How can I help you?" "Ah?" Bai Yanqiu almost covered her mouth in surprise. Her face was full of disappointment, but there was also a trace of relief in her eyes. Okay, I won't say any more. I have limited mana. It is already very rare for you to bring me here and meet the descendants of the Shindao sect. The Taoist who brought I here is not a disciple of a big sect. He seems to be from an unorthodox small sect. You all take a good look at him. I have already promised him that I will leave some benefits for him. Later, give him a copy of the jade slip that I left behind. Then, Wan Wuxin cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiaohua and said, Taoist, thank you for bringing I to the Shindao sect. It must have been a bumpy journey. Thank you for your hard work. I have already told my disciples that I will give you some things in a while. In addition, if what I said happens in your lifetime, my disciples will definitely reward you handsomely. In addition, I have some important things to tell my disciples in private. I hope you can understand. With that, she waved her hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was no movement around Wan Wuxin and Bai Yanqiu. Their mouths were moving, and even their hands were sometimes pointing to other places, but she couldn't hear a single word. Mute restriction. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She wanted to shrug her shoulders, but unfortunately, her whole body was restrained by Wan Wuxin. Even her shoulders couldn't express her feelings. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the main hall for more than an hour like a clay statue. Within the restriction, Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed and finally turned into specks of brilliance. Like fireflies scattering in all directions, they finally turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. The mute restriction also dissipated. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua felt the restriction loosening and was about to move, Bai Yanqiu, who was still frowning and thinking hard, suddenly moved. It was the Immortal Way's levitation technique. He came directly in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, Bai Yanqiu's two fingers pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's major acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua understood and unconsciously her face changed. Bai Yanqiu's series of acupoints sealed her whole body's power. Moreover, the technique used to seal her acupoints was Immortal Way technique. Bewitching finger? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that this was not some bewitching finger, but another Immortal Way technique in martial arts. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face change, Bai Yanqiu let out a long sigh. Without explaining anything, he turned back to sit on the chair and looked around the main hall in a daze. He seemed to be digesting Wan Wuxin's appearance and the shocking news that Wan Wuxin brought. The entire main hall was dead silent. Except for Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Yanqiu, no one would have thought that just a moment ago, the founder of the Immortal Way, the founder of the Shindao sect, had appeared here. Bai Zhangman. Zhang Xiaohua waited for a moment and made up her mind. She asked, angrily, "What's the matter with you? Just now, didn't you say that as long as I answered some questions and brought the matter of your sect's visit to my sect leader, you would let me go back to the fragrant way? What? Are you going back on your words?" Bai Yanqiu was pulled back from his contemplation by Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, he smiled faintly and asked softly, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame me. What my founder said, I'm sure you know. This is a great opportunity for the revival of the Immortal Way. If my Shindao sect, between the clouds and the water can seize this opportunity, wouldn't we be able to suppress the Tenryu sect and become the #1 Immortal Way sect? We can also wash away the shame of my Shindao sect's previous extermination. For such an important matter, do you think I can let Ren Xiaoxia go? By the way, how did Ren Xiaoxia meet Senior Huan? Can you tell me? Bai Zhangman, by treating me like this, you have completely violated the promise made to me by Senior Wan Wuxin. Tell me, do you think I can tell you anything? Ren Xiaoxia, you worry too much. I will definitely fulfill Senior Huan's promise to you. I'm just considering the consequences and want to keep Ren Xiaoxia for a few more days. Well, I forgot to tell Xiaoxia that the technique I used to seal his acupoints was left behind by the Immortal Dao. If I didn't do it myself, only Nun Jing Yi and Nun Jing Gang of your sect, or Elder Chang Xing of the Dalan Temple and Di Shirtian of the Tenryu sect can undo it. If Xiaoxia doesn't want to suffer and wants what Senior Huan promised, then answer my questions honestly. I like obedient children very much. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to think for a moment and then told him about her trip to Huanshu. Of course, everything was simpler and more detailed than what she told Nanjing. When she finished, Bai Yanqiu was surprised. What? It's that simple? You went to that 5 elements formation and met Senior Huan? Oh, the projection of her primordial spirit? He had only said a few words and then disappeared? She also said that she wanted you to find the Shindao sect and get the secret book of peerless martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, "That's right. Didn't Senior Huan mention it to you? Actually, I already said that I was a disciple of the Shindao sect, and I've never heard of the Shindao sect, but she didn't believe me. I couldn't do anything about it and I don't know when she hid it on me." Bai Yanqiu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, seeming to be considering the authenticity of what he said. After a long while, she said, "I don't know if what you said is true. It sounds really simple. However, I believe that you're an honest child who doesn't lie." Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud and raised her head. "Of course. Well, that's good. What Senior Huan wants to give you is the jade slip of the Immortal Tao. I'm afraid it's not useful to you, so I'll make the decision first. When I come back, I'll let you choose one of the secret books of peerless martial arts from our sect. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. "Why don't you give me the things of the Immortal Tao? The jade slip of the Immortal Tao can't be seen with the naked eye. Giving it to you is like casting pearls before swine. What's the point? It's better to give you some practical benefits. Also, about that matter," Bai Yanqiu smiled mysteriously and said, "Didn't Senior Huan say it? As long as you're still alive, I'll definitely give you some benefits." "As long as I'm still alive?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, and then her face changed dramatically. She said angrily, "Senior Huan's words are clear. If you don't meet Ren in your life, then you can only blame your bad luck. But look at Bai Zhangman's actions now. He actually wants to keep Ren until? If you don't meet him in your life, won't Ren die of old age between the clouds and the water? Can't I?" Bai Yanqiu was extremely surprised, but also extremely innocent. "Senior Huan didn't say that I can't keep you. Moreover, I've done everything Senior Huan said exactly according to what you said." Haha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in anger. "What a good promise. Ren understands now. Maybe Senior Huan doesn't have any bad intentions, but when you make a promise, you have a countermeasure." Chapter 1023. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanqiu sneered. "I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Zixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great?" "Good plan, good plan." Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. "All right, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes, I'll definitely..." Bai Yanqiu gave her a flirtatious look. "Do I still need to say it?" Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanqiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. Sure enough, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. "Men, gather the troops from the Heroes Gathering Palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water." Immediately, there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanqiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanqiu, who looked hesitant, and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water, but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, "What took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about?" When are we going back? Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. This so-called Bai Zhangmen is very interested in our incense cult. He even inquired about our senior sisters and sect leaders' daily life. You think about it, how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense." She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of Shuiyun Club. How can I do that? How can I have the mood to drinks? Meng's here, my heart. Meng is here. Where do I have the mood to drink to the wine? Pfft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed a finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed. "You're so charming. Nie Qianyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. I heard that she's become colder than before. She doesn't speak much to male disciples. Bai Zhangmen, why did he do that the moment he saw you? He eagerly gave you the position of guardian's disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "I'm not talented. I'm better than Pan and, Meng seemed to really see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She laughed so hard that she almost bent over. "I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, you can say the same thing." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged for no reason. "Anything is possible." "I'm dying of laughter. If you're that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be the founder of the fragrant religion." Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room. She checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanqiu used the immortal cultivation technique to seal Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he couldn't bear to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one acupoint. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanqiu would find out the next day. She immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been unsealed. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai didn't ask anything because he and Zhang Xiaohua were by his side. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanqiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanqiu had some secret magic. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about Between the Clouds and the Water. For 3 days in a row, Shuiyun Club seemed to be doing something big. Bai Yanqiu simply forgot Zhang Xiaohua and Meng at the back of her mind. She was busy appointing generals and dispatching troops. As for what she was busy with, the status of the disciples serving her was limited, so their knowledge was also limited. Meng was also anxious. While she nagged Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. The disciples only smiled and didn't say a word. Meng didn't know how to deal with them and could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanqiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still didn't know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu, and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she didn't hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she didn't know. However, according to what Bai Yanqiu said, perhaps even if she waited here for a lifetime, it still wouldn't happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanqiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. This guy actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How abominable. If I don't cause some trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this guy's sealing eyes acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt depressed. On the way in from outside between the clouds and the water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples between the clouds and the water, he wouldn't be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he could only take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, looking at the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much first. Let's cause some trouble between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "I'm talking to this junior brother between the clouds and the water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Cangshu, or Li Su? Didn't you say that even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't touch us? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy between the clouds and the water as soon as they hear the news." "Ah?" Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, won't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." But Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious? Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room in a jog. "Be careful." Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out, he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back the moment it touched the fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't leave the island with the flying technique. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by ponds and there were restrictions in the ponds. Zhang Xiaohua knew only the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? "It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time, he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light was in the main hall whereby Yanqiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large area of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yanqiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanqiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1024. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure landed, his divine sense had roughly scanned this large area. As he expected, his divine sense was bounced off at a towering palace and couldn't penetrate it. The palace was also pitch black. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the outside of the palace and looked at the closed door of the palace for a long time. He was just about to make a gesture to try to break the enchantment outside the palace. But when his gaze casually fell on the ground, his face unconsciously showed a trace of surprise. Then, regardless of the enchantment outside the palace, he just made a gesture and escaped into the ground. When he popped his head out, it was inside the enchantment. It turned out that the restriction only protected the palace above the ground, but the underground was completely unprotected. It was completely naked. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand why this enchantment was so lame. Even the enchantment that he set up at night when he cultivated also considered the underground. It was not like this enchantment which only cared about the head and not the butt. Most of the palace inside the enchantment was no different from an ordinary palace. It was plain and there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Only in one of the large rooms, Zhang Xiaohua found a very obscure fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and went straight into this room. As soon as he entered the room, a strong smell of cosmetics hit his face. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and took out the luminous pearl. With the brilliance of the luminous pearl, he could see the room clearly. The inside of this room was very luxurious. A large bed that could sleep 10 people was placed in the middle of the room. The bed looked to be made of a date red wood. Above the bed, there was a huge pink transparent cover hanging down from the thick beam of the roof of the palace, covering the entire large bed. On the large bed, there was also pink satin piled up. Whether it was the bedding or something else, it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's concern. He looked at the row of cabinets on one side of the palace wall. The cabinets didn't have doors and were open. At a glance, he saw that the cabinets were filled with all kinds of clothes. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi, so he turned his gaze away. What was left was an extremely gorgeous dressing table on the opposite side of the cabinet. There was also a bronze mirror that was about the height of a person in front of another wall. Furthermore, there was a small bronze mirror on the dressing table. There were also a few beautiful dressing boxes. However, there were no yuan qi fluctuations from them. Did I make a mistake? Zhang Xiaohua was rather surprised. He used a seal to protect this palace, but there is nothing valuable inside. What is the meaning of this? Or, does Bai Yanqiu have a way to hide the fluctuation of primordial qi? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin. His eyes flickered as he released his divine sense. While he was carefully inspecting, his eyes were also looking around. He first looked at the large bed. That bed was really too big. Even if Bai Yanqiu rolled on it with all his might, he wouldn't be able to roll down. Why would she sleep on such a large bed? Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal path qi practitioner. Every night he would sit cross-legged and cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Even ordinary martial arts experts would use their inner energy to replace sleep at night. For an expert like Bai Yanqiu who had stepped into the ranks of qi practitioners, there was no way he would make such a large bed just to sleep. However, when Zhang Xiaohua once again focused his attention on this somewhat overly large bed, he really did see some differences. This large bed was somewhat similar to the Kong bed in Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. The entire bed was supported by large stones. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with confusion. He walked to the bed, and a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Zhang Xiaohua let out a laugh. He reached out and lifted the silk bedding on the bed, revealing a pitch-black stone slab that was more than 3 fingers thick under the bedding. This stone slab was different from the stones supporting it. It was a complete piece. When the brilliance of the luminous pearl shone on the pitch-black stone slab, there was no reflection at all. The light seemed to have been absorbed by the stone slab. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and touched the stone slab. The stone slab was a little rough, and it did not match the smooth surface. After Zhang Xiaohua focused his eyes on it for a moment, he vaguely saw some unfathomable flashes of light within the stone slab. It was somewhat similar to the starlight in the night sky, but in a flash, it was similar to lightning. Zhang Xiaohua touched the strange stone slab, not knowing what to say. In his divine sense, this stone slab was no different from the stones below. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. How could it be so different when seen with the naked eye? Whatever. Anyway, it's here to harm Bai Yanqiu. She slept under this thing every day. Needless to say, it must be something good. I'll just accept it. It's just that this stone slab is too big. In my belt? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his divine sense entered his belt. He had collected too much 5 elements chalcedony in his belt, and there was indeed less space to store things. Fortunately, the stone slab was flat, and Zhang Xiaohua only needed to tidy it up slightly to free up the space. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the mysterious stone slab into his belt, another problem occurred. The stone slab was like the great wisdom sword, and could not be controlled with his divine sense. How should it be said, the great wisdom sword could not be controlled with his divine sense at all? This stone slab could be grasped by his divine sense, but it gave Zhang Xiaohua the feeling of using both hands to catch a small loach in the river. It was slippery and there was no strength at all. However, it was still almost, and not completely impossible to control. Zhang Xiaohua exerted enough patience, and expended more than half of his divine sense, and paid the price with sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did he manage to store the mysterious stone slab into his belt. It's painful but happy. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled happily. He did not know the origin of the stone slab and did not know its use, but, to be able to take away something that Bai Yanqiu slept under, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Hee, you actually dare to turn I into Whitebeard Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you think about it, that won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Cough cough, it seems to be a dream to grow old together here and not care about the affairs of the world. Hee, it's also a happy thing. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and carefully operated God's guidance, gradually replenishing his divine sense. His eyes looked around the bedroom again. Bai Yanqiu was a descendant of the Shundao sect, and if it was said that there were no relics of the immortal Dao in her bedroom, and that there were no rubbish that Zhang Xiaohua liked to pick up, even if Zhang Xiaohua's head was cracked open, he would not believe it. But where were those things kept? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked around the bedroom again and again, and his divine sense swept again and again, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. After Zhang Xiaohua looked through everything one by one, and even the undergarments and outerwear in the wardrobe, his gaze landed on the huge mirror placed at the head of the bed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's idea, there was already a bronze mirror on the dressing table, and Bai Yanqiu could already put on makeup in front of it, so there was no need to place a huge mirror at the head of the bed. Since this huge mirror was superfluous, and it was even placed at the head of the bed, what was the use of it? Needless to say, if there was something out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong with this huge mirror. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the mirror, and the light from the luminous pearl shone on the bronze mirror, and even the silk on the huge bed could be seen clearly. It was obviously a bronze mirror, right? How different could it be? Looking closer, he did not find anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and landed on the bed, and danced around on the bed for a while. The reflection on the bronze mirror was the same, very normal. What is going on? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Could it be that Bai Yanqiu likes to see how I look when I sleep at night? This fellow's hobby is extremely wonderful. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xiaohua covered the bronze mirror with his divine sense from top to bottom, and wanted to do a final check, but it was still to no avail. There seemed to be no movement, and there seemed to be no sign of it. Perhaps Bai Yanqiu kept the things close and put them somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he prepared to leave the bedroom. However, when he accidentally caught sight of the small bronze mirror on the dressing table from the corner of his eye, he immediately froze on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. Everyone, what do you think? It turned out that the small bronze mirror also faintly reflected Zhang Xiaohua's face, but that face was Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Pan En's handsome face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the huge bronze mirror in disbelief, and the reflection in the bronze mirror was actually a complete Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, a feeling of horror rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This bronze mirror could actually reflect his original appearance. It was no wonder, he just stood in front of this huge bronze mirror for a long time, and the mirror was filled with Zhang Xiaohua. It was originally him, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. If not for the small mirror, he almost forgot that he disguised as Panin. This is it. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he was about to put the large bronze mirror into his belt. However, the bronze mirror seemed to have grown roots, and no matter how Zhang Xiaohua moved it with his divine sense, it did not move an inch. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He walked to the front of the bronze mirror, bent down, and grabbed the bottom edge of the bronze mirror. Using the strength of his arms, he lifted it up stiffly. The strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms could be said to be shocking, but the bronze mirror only shook slightly, and he could not lift it up completely. Zhang Xiaohua was once again in a difficult position. Then, Zhang Xiaohua circled the large bronze mirror a few times, his hand holding his chin and his eyes darting around. After half a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the huge bronze mirror, he stretched out his hand and took out the small mirror that he inherited from the incense sect, which was called the Hao Tian mirror by Nun Jinggang. Who knew, when the Hao Tian mirror was taken out of the money bag, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lost control of it, and it flew out of his hand in midair. Chapter 1025. After Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror from her purse, it immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and hovered in midair. The clear sky mirror slowly floated in midair and stopped in the middle of the large copper mirror. Then the surface of the clear sky mirror faced upwards and gradually emitted a silvery white brilliance. This brilliance became increasingly resplendent and bright. When the brilliance gathered to a certain extent, it formed a weak light pillar. The light pillar slowly dimmed and elongated, shining towards the ceiling of the bedroom. When the light pillar shone, the ceiling of the bedroom seemed to be transparent, revealing the thick fog in the night sky outside. Then, the fog melted like snow in boiling water, revealing a huge round hole and the resplendent stars in the night sky. After a few breaths, the stars in the round hole suddenly flashed rapidly. A crazy amount of star energy rushed into the clear sky mirror as if it was smashing down. The clear sky mirror buzzed and let out a joyful sound, as if it was absorbing the starlight in the sky. After the time it took to eat a meal, the clear sky mirror gradually stopped shaking. Then, it tilted slightly and gradually faced the large copper mirror in front of the bed. Immediately, the starlight was reflected by the clear sky mirror. The large copper mirror did not have any reaction at first, and the starlight was not reflected again. Even Zhang Xiaohua's figure in the large copper mirror disappeared. Gradually, a silvery white dot appeared in the middle of the large copper mirror. That dot grew bigger and bigger. When it was the size of a copper coin, it stopped expanding and turned into ripples that spread across the entire copper mirror. Then, the surface of the copper mirror rippled like the surface of a lake. After rippling for a few rounds, the silvery white dot gradually expanded. This time, it only stopped expanding when it was the size of the clear sky mirror. At this moment, the surface of the copper mirror stopped rippling. Instead, it slowly twisted and the circle in the middle became brighter. When it was as bright as a small full moon, the floating clear sky mirror turned again and faced the circle on the copper mirror. At this moment, the light beam from the clear sky mirror disappeared. The starlight that filled the sky also stopped pouring down. The entire ceiling of the bedroom returned to its original state, leaving only the brilliance of the large copper mirror and the clear sky mirror. The brilliance of the two mirrors illuminated the entire bedroom as if it was daytime. Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and carefully observed the silver brilliance of the clear sky mirror and the circle on the copper mirror. The two lights reflected on each other as if they were communicating. After a few breaths, the brilliance of the two mirrors suddenly became so bright that it dazzled Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. She closed her eyes naturally. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, the clear sky mirror moved forward silently. In an instant, it crossed the distance between the two mirrors and disappeared into the large copper mirror. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes again, the clear sky mirror had already disappeared. The silvery white brilliance of the large copper mirror gradually dimmed. Even the circle in the middle gradually shrank. "Oh, where's my small mirror?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew to the front of the copper mirror. Did it get eaten by the large mirror? "Shit, I went for wool but came home shorn. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling regretful, the circle on the copper mirror disappeared. With a clear chi sound, the large copper mirror swayed slightly. Then, there was a chi sound. The entire chamber was shaking. The large copper mirror in front of Zhang Xiaohua slowly shrank. When it shrank to a certain extent, there was a hole that was about the height of a person in the wall that was previously covered by the copper mirror. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to look at the hole. Instead, she focused on the shrinking copper mirror. The copper mirror looked different from before. There were some decorations on the round surface of the mirror that were made of an unknown material. It surrounded the entire supreme sky mirror, forming a rectangle. There were mysterious patterns carved on the surrounding materials. The patterns formed extremely profound talismans. Between the patterns, there were countless tiny tadpole-like carvings. On the top of the circular mirror, there were 3 tadpole-like words. However, these 3 words weren't the ancient words that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Supreme Sky Mirror? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and read it out loud. The clear sky mirror continued to shrink until it was 30 centimeters in size. Then, a purple light flashed again, and an extremely desolate aura was emitted from the clear sky mirror. After a flash, the clear sky mirror floated in the air again. Looking at the supreme sky mirror that had returned to its original state, Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand without hesitation. She grabbed the supreme sky mirror and flipped it around. Then she immersed her divine sense into it. It had the same reaction as the small mirror in the past. It didn't seem to have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua in the supreme sky mirror had returned to her original appearance as Zhang Xiaohua. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua kept the supreme sky mirror in her coin pouch. Then she looked at the hole that was covered by the large mirror. Needless to say, the large mirror was a part of the supreme sky mirror and was used as a restriction on the hole. Now that the large mirror and the small mirror had combined to form the supreme sky mirror, the hole was naturally exposed. Furthermore, the hole was definitely the place that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking for. Using her divine sense to probe the hole, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense could only see 3 feet in front of her. There must be a restriction on her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand and took out Chasing Dream. Then she flew into the hole. The hole was similar to the tunnels that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. They all led downwards. However, this tunnel was made of green bricks. It seemed to be man-made. There were burning torches in the passageway, illuminating the entire passageway. However, after walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that the entire passageway was quiet, without the slightest movement. Soon after, there were forks in the tunnel. There were small huts on both sides of the tunnel. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pushed open one of the huts. There was only a simple praying mat inside. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the passageway and only picked up the things that could go down. After the time it took to eat a meal, he arrived at a place that looked a little rundown. It was only rundown that the green bricks were gone, and the passageway had turned into stone walls and mud. Moreover, there were fewer torches here, making it look very dark. After turning a corner, a small space appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. There were no more tunnels in this space. There were only 3 small doors on the left, right, and front. Each door looked exactly the same. There was a torch hanging on the wall in front of each door. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area 3 feet around her. She didn't find anything special. The small doors also blocked her divine sense. Hence, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she cautiously pushed open the small door on her left hand. The small door opened silently. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in her hand and quickly scanned the interior. She didn't see anyone. Then, she jumped in and closed the door behind her. The interior of the door wasn't spacious. It was only 2 feet square. At this moment, there were no torches hanging on the wall. Instead, there were fist-sized luminous pearls embedded on the wall. There were so many of them that the entire room was brightly lit. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door and looked around. There were 3 rows and 4 rows of jade tables in the entire room. There were jade scrolls, magic tools, and jade bottles on each table. They were placed neatly. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to cover her mouth and laugh. I finally found the place. Zhang Xiaohua had picked up a lot of trash. She wanted to enter the secret room of a large immortal sect and find so many treasures. This was the first time in history. How could she not be happy? Rubbing her hands, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the jade table closest to her. There was a half-moon-shaped jade pendant here. The luster was a little dim, but the edges of the half-moon shape faintly flashed with a silver luster. It should be a magic tool with some history. However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take it, she was blocked by a layer of restriction on the outside of the magic tool. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said secretly, "Extreme joy begets sorrow. How did I forget about divine sense?" When she released her divine sense, she realized that there was no restriction on divine sense in the entire room. On each of the 12 jade tables, there was a different layer of restriction that firmly protected the things on the table. These restrictions were different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. What was the difference? It was very simple. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had seen that most of the restrictions were weak in primordial qi, which weakened the power of the restrictions a lot. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua could break the restrictions almost effortlessly. But the restrictions here had abundant primordial qi fluctuations. They were not affected by the lack of primordial qi of heaven and earth at all. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and checked the 12 different restrictions one by one. She sighed in her heart and felt very regretful. Since she came into contact with the immortal Tao, the history of breaking the old restrictions casually was probably gone forever. In the future, she really had to rely on her own strength to really break the restrictions. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her left hand and stabbed out with a nameless sword move. Sure enough, there was no primordial qi flow. Presumably, the primordial qi flow had already been consumed when she broke the restriction of the dragon vein. However, looking at so many things, she couldn't take any of them. It really made Zhang Xiaohua feel unreconciled in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did a little comparison and walked to a stone table on the right side of one of the stone tables. There was a lonely jade slip on it. The restriction on it emitted a faint blue light. Her divine sense felt that this restriction was a little familiar, and the primordial qi fluctuation inside was a little weaker than the other restrictions. Presumably, it was not important. Rubbing her chin and pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out a fire talisman from her arms and threw it on the table. The flame produced by the fire talisman was extinguished immediately after it ignited slightly. Chapter 1026. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly, as if he had understood something. Next, he took out a jade scroll and inserted his divine sense into it. After carefully studying it for a long time, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Next, he retrieved 5 fingernail-sized 5-element chalcedony from his belt and casually tossed them into the air. After which, he sat down cross-legged and sent out a few fire talismans and a few hand seals, melting the 5 chalcedony floating in the air into a liquid state. Looking at the 5 fingernail-sized 5 elements chalcedony floating in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was dignified. He kept casting the hand seals on his 2 fingers and used one fire talisman after another. When the 5 elements chalcedony had shrunk to half its size, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified smile. Then, he did not dare to delay and changed the hand seals again. As if he was playing a zither, the true qi in the meridians in his body rushed to his fingers and formed hand seals on his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was also greatly consumed with the hand seals. When the 5 elements chalcedony in the air gradually solidified, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more dignified. His right hand slightly clenched into a fist at his waist, while his left hand slowly moved and formed hand seals. It was as if there were stones tied to his fingers. If one looked carefully, the strokes of his fingers were even more mysterious than before. Suddenly, the 5 jade chalcedony trembled at the same time. One moved up and one down as if they were about to fly away. Zhang Xiaohua's face was not shocked but happy. His right hand, which had been at his waist all this time, suddenly opened up. 5 fingers stretched out and a hand seal that had been accumulating strength for a long time, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, hit the 5 jade chalcedony. Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. A faint 5-colored brilliance flashed and the 5 elements chalcedony condensed into 5 different shaped jade talismans. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the 5 jade talismans fell into his hand. Looking at these small jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just these 5 jade talismans had consumed all of his true qi, and it was only to break the most inconspicuous of the 12 restrictions. Why do I always feel that my cultivation is insufficient as my cultivation increases? It was true when I was in the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Later on, I reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Now, I'm already at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Why is it still like this? Is the cultivation of the immortal Tao really endless? Without further thought, Zhang Xiaohua first, he took out a spirit stone to replenish the true qi in his meridians. At the same time, he used spirit guidance and used to recover his spirit. Ever since 9 Radiance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use the spirit stone to cultivate. He just slept at night. Because he was often not alone, he didn't take it out. At this moment, when he just absorbed the true qi inside, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly noticed that the speed of absorbing true qi wasn't as fast as before. It wasn't just a drop. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, half of the true qi in his meridians had been replenished. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he put away the spirit stone. He stood up and placed the 5 jade talismans on 5 different places on the stone table. Then he made a hand seal, and a 5-colored light curtain scattered on the restriction on the stone table. With a creaking sound, the water blue restriction gradually dimmed, and the fluctuation of true qi also weakened. Then, Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth. The 5-colored jade talismans flashed, and the creaking sound became louder. Then, with 5 soft sounds, the 5-colored jade talismans broke and turned into 5 piles of fine powder. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with heartache. Then, he reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. It circled in the air and turned into 8 small swords that charged at the already dimmed restriction. With a series of crackling sounds, the water blue restriction finally shattered, revealing the ordinary-looking jade talisman inside. Zhang Xiaohua took back Chasing Dream and reached out to pick up the jade talisman. This time, he didn't encounter any obstacles. Zhang Xiaohua impatiently immersed his spirit sense into it and read the contents clearly. Unconsciously, a strange expression appeared on his face. It turned out that the jade talisman didn't record anything else. It was one of the 5 elements escape techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to for a long time, the wood escape technique. Although this wood escape technique was what Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to, but, under the current circumstances, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to obtain the water escape technique. Perhaps he could use his previous experience in cultivating the water escape technique before Bai Yanqiu returned. Then, he would be able to make some progress in cultivating the water escape technique and escape from this giant island surrounded by the deep lake. Sigh, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and kept the jade talisman into his money bag. Then, he looked at the other 11 stone tables and shook his head. The restriction on the wood escape technique was the weakest, and he had already spent a lot of effort on it. Needless to say, he didn't have the ability to break the other restrictions at the moment. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little puzzled. The other restrictions were all dim, but why was the restriction in the secret room between the clouds and the water so strong? With this question in mind, Zhang Xiaohua quietly left the secret room. He stood at the door and looked at the other 2 small doors. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He only had half of his essential qi left and his divine sense was insufficient. It seemed that the restrictions in the other 2 secret rooms were no small matter. Even if he went in, it would be useless. He might as well go back earlier and think about it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the small door on the right was pushed open silently. It was pushed open from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about whether he should push the door open or not. He didn't expect that the door would be pushed open from his side. He was stunned on the spot. As for the person who pushed the door open, he didn't expect that there would be someone in this space. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his expression changed greatly. A look of disbelief and incomprehension filled his entire face. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. This person wasn't anyone else but his old acquaintance, Peng Yiyu. Senior brother Peng, you? Why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and asked. Me? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm expression, Peng Yiyu was also shocked. He thought that he had walked into the wrong place. But when he looked around, he shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, you? This is my sect's forbidden area. Why are you here? Forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked curiously, since it's forbidden area, why are you here? Peng Yiyu hesitated for a moment before shouting, my sect leader sent me to retrieve something. I heard that Bai Yanqiu left the island this morning. How did she inform you to retrieve something? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. This is none of your business. As he spoke, Peng Yiyu came to his senses. He waved the long sword in his hand and a red sword appeared. He said angrily, this is my territory between the clouds and the water. You are just a disciple of the fragrant religion. What right do you have to order me around? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Peng Yiyu sneered. Since you are here, this is exactly what I wanted. I was worried about how to cover it up. Now that I have killed you on the spot, I will say that I saw you sneaking into the forbidden area at night. I followed you and entered the forbidden area. This is perfect. He rubbed his chin and nodded. Senior brother Peng's words are reasonable. If Ren killed you and said the same thing, what do you think would happen? Peng Yiyu heard this and felt that it was very funny. He waved his long sword and said, Junior brother Ren, good idea? However, even if you came back from the Dalan temple and received the teachings of the elders, I don't think it will work. Would my sect leader believe you? Why not? If he didn't believe Ren, why would he let you go to the Huiming Hall to receive your punishment? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Peng Yiyu's face turned red. He said angrily, I am not unkind to you and Miss Zixia. I didn't kill you on the spot. Even if Alliance Master Huang of the Falling Stars Alliance wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Why do you have to hit me when I am down? Zhang Xiaohua picked her ears and said with a smile, when did Ren hit me when I am down? You can't blindly accuse me of something like this. Peng Yiyu said with a sinister smile, why would I talk to you? Of course. The sect leader wants you to stay in the sect for some reason. However, this is exactly what I want. If I kill you in this forbidden area, how can the sect leader not reward me? As for Zixia, she is just an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Since she is already here, the sect leader won't let her out of the water island. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy her, why don't you leave her to me? Peng Yiyu's pretense of being gentle was finally exposed at this moment. He raised his hand and the red long sword stretched out more than 3 inches. He waved the sword towards Zhang Xiaohua. Sorchi? Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Since she knew that between the clouds and the water was a descendant of the Shendao sect, she vaguely knew why Peng Yiyu, Liang Zongxiu and the others only used long swords. You know about the sword Qi? Peng Yiyu was stunned. His sword did not stop as he said, I guess your senior sister Peacock who survived a great disaster told you about it. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and threw Chasing Dream. She shouted, of course, I saw it with my own eyes. As she said that, her divine sense changed and Chasing Dream split into 2. The 2 sword lights pierced towards Peng Yiyu from the left and right. Flying sword? Peng Yiyu was shocked. He did not even notice Zhang Xiaohua's floating figure in the air. He waved his long sword and slashed at the 2 sword lights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. When the sword light flew in front of Peng Yeyu, it paused for a moment. Peng ping ping. 2 light sounds rang out. The 2 sword lights collided with the long saber and were knocked away. If the sword chi can block the flying sword, then the sword light should be able to do the same. Zhang Xiaohua confirmed her thoughts. She moved her divine sense and chasing dream flew back. Chapter 1027. Peng Yiyu's expression returned to calmness when he saw that his blade had repelled Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He smiled and said, I thought that only the inner disciples of the incense cult had the chance to obtain the Immortal Dao inheritance. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to obtain it at such a young age. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Thank you for letting me win, but didn't senior brother Peng also obtain the Immortal Dao inheritance? Of course. My sect between the clouds and the water is blessed by the heavens. How can your incense cult compare? I heard that your incense cult hasn't had a disciple for many years. Oh, right, junior brother Ren, since there hasn't been a disciple for many years, how did you obtain the Immortal Dao inheritance? Could it be your Abbess Jingyi's? Peng Yiyu's face revealed a lewd smile as he spoke. This bastard? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. His initial impression of Peng Yiyu was not bad. Back in Aqua Cloud Club's main hall, he only saw the way Peng Yiyu stared at Meng Yiyu unhappily. That was why he exposed Peng Yiyu. Now that he heard Peng Yiyu's filthy words, how could he not know that Peng Yiyu was also a hooligan dressed in human clothing? However, all of this is fleeting clouds. Junior brother Ren, when junior brother Liang and the others were fighting the incense cult's disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've already cut off your head. No one else can compare to this merit. Bah, keep dreaming. Zhang Xiaohua spat at him. Chasing Meng flew straight towards Peng Yiyu's chest. Peng Yiyu wasn't in a hurry. He waved his long blade and hid behind a scarlet blade. His right hand quietly reached into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua's chasing Meng split into 2 and arrived in front of him. Peng Yiyu used his blade technique, wanting to repel the 2 flying swords like before. However, the moment his blade touched chasing Meng trembled and split into 2 again. 4 sword shadows appeared. Ah? Upon seeing this, Peng Yiyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out his right hand from his chest. Before Zhang Xiaohua could see what was in his hand, Peng Yiyu immediately circulated his qi. A crimson-red light screen quickly extended from Peng Yiyu's right hand. At the same time, Peng Yiyu also used the momentum to jump to the side. Peng! The 2 sword lights from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword pierced the red defensive light shield on Peng Yiyu's right hand. The light shield rippled a few times before it slowly closed. The other 2 sword lights struck Peng Yiyu's saber aura. The impact made Peng Yiyu's left hand numb, and he almost threw his saber to the ground. Junior brother Ren, I didn't expect your cultivation of the Immortal Dao to be so profound. To actually reach this level? As Peng Yiyu spoke, his eyes glanced at the door he just pushed open. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any more words with him. With a push of her divine perception, chasing Meng once again flew back and transformed into 8 sword lights. 1 in front and 1 behind, they pierced Peng Yiyu's crimson defensive light shield. Ah? You're Rejuvenation Valley's senior of the Immortal Dao? Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 8 flying swords, Peng Yiyu abruptly thought of the rumors of Rejuvenation Valley's Immortal Dao. Didn't the senior who used the flying art use 8 sword lights? At this moment, Peng Yiyu finally noticed that Zhang Xiaohua was about half a foot off the ground. She'd been floating in the air for a long time. Peng Yiyu was terrified. How could he remain calm? How could he wield the long saber as freely as he did that day? Peng 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 peng. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. 4 sword lights pierced the same spot on the defensive light shield. Peng Yiyu didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew over, intending to use his qinggong to escape towards that small door. Ping, ping, peng, pi. First, there were 3 explosions, followed by a muffled sound. The chasing Meng Yiyu's small sword pierced Peng Yiyu's defensive light shield 7 times. The last sword pierced Peng Yeyu's heart. Peng Yeyu screamed tragically and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She shot over like an arrow and didn't wait for Peng Yeyu's figure to land on the ground. She pressed a finger on the major acupoint at the back of his head. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little too late. She only managed to ask a few of the most pressing questions before Peng Yeyu breathed his last and died. "Sigh, my hand is still too fast. If only I could injure him heavily first. But isn't this a little too merciful? Just kill him. Why torture him?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua saw Peng Yeyu, she already had a small plan in her heart. A plan to escape between the clouds and the water. And after Peng Yeyu's questions before he died, it confirmed the feasibility of her plan. She took out a fire talisman and burned Peng Yeyu's body. There wasn't anything special left on the ground. Even the long saber had turned into nothingness. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held Zhu Meng in her hands and walked to the door in the middle without hesitation. She pushed the door open and entered. Because according to Peng Yeyu, this was the forbidden area between the clouds and the water. Unless Bai Yanqiu gave permission, no one could enter easily. And at this time, Bai Yanqiu had brought most of the people between the clouds and the water away from the island. The strength of the sect was weak. Other than Peng Yeyu, a disciple who had been punished for no reason, he was angry. Tonight, he had rushed into this forbidden area recklessly and died unjustly. Absolutely no one would have the courage to enter this forbidden area again. Thinking about it, if it wasn't a forbidden area, anyone could enter. But everyone could see Bai Yanqiu sleeping on the big bed. Zhang Xiaohua thought wretchedly. Moreover, according to Peng Yeyu's words, there was a small door in the middle. Bai Yanqiu would definitely not let anyone enter. And Peng Yeyu's plan was to go to the passage that Zhang Xiaohua had just walked through to find some divine weapons or secret martial arts manuals. Opening the small door, a gust of cold air rushed to her face. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as she felt a sense of danger. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua first used her divine sense to explore. Fortunately, although her divine sense was suppressed here, she could still extend it about 10 feet. This was a pitch-black passage. It was no different from the mountain path that Zhang Xiaohua had explored before. Seeing that there were no changes, Zhang Xiaohua stepped in. The passage was winding downwards. The steps were quite wide. Zhang Xiaohua took almost 2 steps to complete 1 step. With the light of the luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua saw that there were some water droplets on the surrounding stone walls. And those water droplets followed the restriction that was invisible to the naked eye and gradually gathered and flowed to the bottom of the steps. She didn't know what time it was now, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had to hurry. There wasn't much time left for her. Riding the wind, Zhang Xiaohua flew down. After walking for half a mile, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was almost at the bottom of the water. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far ahead, under Zhang Xiaohua's feet, there was a huge pit of about 10 feet. That light was emitted from the countless luminous pearl inlaid on the stone walls around the big pit. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the things in the deep pit, she couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone, guess what Zhang Xiaohua saw? The first thing that entered Zhang Xiaohua's eyes was in the deep pit. In an irregular shape, there were dozens of familiar-looking pill furnaces. 8 trigrams purple golden furnace? Zhang Xiaohua didn't look at other things and blurted out. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, a layer of transparent restriction blocked him, and he couldn't take another step forward. Without saying anything, Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and used her spiritual sense to control the flying sword to stab at the restriction. Unfortunately, after dozens of stabs, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense didn't even shake the restriction. Sigh, that's what I said. This is obviously the most important place between the clouds and the water. Why aren't there any strange restrictions along the way? So, it's waiting for us here. Looking at the restriction, it should be similar to the array that protects the dragon's vein in the incense cult. It's definitely not something that a qi refining stage cultivator can break. No wonder Bai Yanqiu was so relaxed and didn't put up any defenses. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in thought. At the same time, she looked at the deep pit again. After counting carefully, the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace in the deep pit, and temporarily called the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace, there were a total of 25 furnaces. These 25 furnaces were arranged in 7 different places, and each place should have 7 pill furnaces. But now, in these 7 places, there wasn't a single spot with 7 pill furnaces. They were more or less missing. In the place with the most missing furnaces, there was only 1 pill furnace placed in the innermost place. And in the middle of these 25 pill furnaces, there was an empty space. There was only a foggy thing floating in the air. From afar, she couldn't see clearly what it was. I'm envious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pill furnaces and felt like she wanted to reach out and tear the restriction. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up and looked at the restriction again with her divine sense. Then, she angrily comforted herself. Needless to say, what kind of array is this? The pill furnaces that are missing are in my hands. If I don't go in, this array will never be complete. But that's not right. There should be a total of 49 pill furnaces. There are 24 empty spots. There are only 18 pill furnaces in my belt. Doesn't that mean there are still 6 pill furnaces that are missing? Forget it. This array has no fate with me. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and turned to leave. But she couldn't help but look back again. Looking at the ground, she made a gesture and directly went underground. She still wanted to see if this array was like the restriction in by Yanqio's bedroom, with a strong start but weak finish. At first, the more Zhang Xiaohua looked, the more disappointed she was. The light purple restriction underground was still intact and protected the big pit on the ground. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was about to give up, she suddenly found that there was a well-developed underground passage in one part of the array. But this passage wasn't used by humans, but rats. Zhang Xiaohua knew from the Guizhuang house that rats in the fields were the most abominable. They always dragged unripe and ripe rice and other things into their underground caves. And the caves of rats were extremely complicated. Even if they could find the entrance, it was unlikely that they could find the hiding place of the rice. But at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the rat's cave, she almost wanted to thank the rats. Because on the side of the rat's cave, there was a cave entrance facing the restriction. Chapter 1028. Looking at the seal on the side of the rat's hole, there was a spot that was about a foot wide. It was already dimmed, and the vital energy fluctuations were extremely weak. That rat had actually bitten through the seal. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Such a powerful seal was something that even a mid-stage qi refining cultivator like him couldn't do anything about. That ordinary rat was actually able to bite through the seal. Legend has it that a foolish old man moved a mountain, and here, a rat broke through a seal. I have to say, this is a legend that will last for eternity. Perhaps, time and perseverance are the most effective ways to break through all seals. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He moved to the front of the seal that was about to be broken. The rat hole was deep underground, and there were no signs of rats at all. The area within 100 feet of the hole was also abnormally clean. Perhaps the rats had already migrated. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about the details of the person who broke the seal. He waved Chasing Dream in his hand, and several rays of sword light pierced into the hole. With just 5 rays of sword light, the light of the seal was annihilated. It was much easier and more convenient than breaking through Peng Yiyu's defensive light barrier. A hole that was about a foot wide appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter. He released his divine sense and observed carefully. As expected, the moment the hole appeared, it gradually began to repair itself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart gradually turned cold. However, a miracle still happened. The seal that was bitten off by the rat could no longer be repaired. The seal that was broken by Zhang Xiaohua only recovered to the spot that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It stopped abruptly. Sigh, a mid-stage qi refining cultivator couldn't even compare to a rat. This seal breaking must be the most unimaginable seal breaking. After that, Zhang Xiaohua broke the seal again. He used the transfiguration technique to shrink his body to about a foot and smoothly entered the hole. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the pit, he did not wait for his body to stabilize in midair. A powerful force pulled him towards the bottom of the pit. With a bang, Zhang Xiaohua's entire body fell to the bottom of the pit. If it wasn't for the fact that he had honed his bones over the years, wouldn't he have been reduced to a pile of bones by now? Needless to say, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the restriction in the pit also prohibited the flight technique. Standing up from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua shook her dizzy head and walked to the nearest pill furnace. Upon closer inspection, it really was another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. He sent his divine sense into the pill furnace. The pill furnace also had the words 8 trigrams purple gold furnace written on it. The inner walls of the pill furnace also had the same sacrificial chant. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Who would be so bored as to actually refine 49 identical pill furnaces and arrange them into an array formation? This array formation, could it be that it possessed inconceivable power? I don't care anymore, Zhang Xiaohua thought. Her divine sense swept out, wanting to put this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into her belt. Who knew that when the pill furnace was lifted slightly, there was a strange connection from the other pill furnaces that were together with this pill furnace. The entire pit immediately produced a force, holding the pill furnace in place. No matter how much strength Zhang Xiaohua used, she couldn't put the pill furnace away. This is bad. Could it be that this is a fixed array formation? Zhang Xiaohua thought. She walked forward and raised her arms, wanting to use the most barbaric method to move the pill furnace away from its original position. But just like before, just as the pill furnace left the ground, it was pulled by a powerful force. As the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms increased, the force also increased. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's arms couldn't support it and she threw the pill furnace to the ground. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end. It seemed that this pill furnace wasn't something she could put away. But since she couldn't put it away, if the pill furnaces in her belt were taken out, what would happen? Would this array formation be repaired? It shouldn't be, because counting the numbers, there were still 6 pill furnaces that weren't included. Looking at this small array formation that was still missing 3 pill furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua hesitantly took out one of the pill furnaces from her belt, wanting to put it in an empty spot in front of her. However, just as that pill furnace appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, before she could put it on the ground, a kind of fluctuation appeared from a small array formation in the distance. This fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation between the 18 pill furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt, but it was obviously much stronger. Once this fluctuation appeared, a suction force appeared from the array formation in the distance, instantly sucking that pill furnace horizontally into the array formation in the distance. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and found that there was only one empty spot in the array formation that sucked the pill furnace over. In other words, as long as this pill furnace fell to the ground, this small array formation would immediately be repaired. However, within this large pit, flying was prohibited. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps to rush over there. How could she catch up with the pill furnace that was flying over? With a pa sound, that pill furnace fell on the empty spot in the small array formation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped in her tracks and quietly looked at the small array formation. If there were any changes, she would immediately escape. However, when the pill furnace fell to the ground, the 7 pill furnaces in the small array formation were still and motionless. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Sure enough, as her divine sense swept over, Zhang Xiaohua found that the connection between the 7 pill furnaces gradually increased. When it increased to a certain extent, the 7 pill furnaces began to tremble at the same time, emitting a wung-wung sound. The sound became more and more intense, and the ground of the large pit began to tremble slightly. Following that, the 7 pill furnaces floated up from their respective ground and began to rotate one by one. Woo-woo, the rotation caused the airflow and emitted a horrifying sound. As the 7 pill furnaces spun faster and faster, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could no longer distinguish the outline of each pill furnace. Even in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, those pill furnaces were gradually blurring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, Wang sound, like a huge cicada's cry, suddenly stopped. The other 6 pill furnaces did not show any signs of stopping. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think of anything, she crashed into that pill furnace. It's broken? Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the pill furnace emitted a dazzling brilliance and immediately dimmed. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. That pill furnace was actually 7 pill furnaces combined into one. It was brimming with faint 5 colors, floating in the air. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua very keenly felt that the restriction on flying had weakened by a little. Looking at the new 8 trigrams purple gold furnace floating in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt a faint connection with it. The original 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had been refined by Zhang Xiaohua with his qi. Presumably, this was the reason why Zhang Xiaohua felt a connection with this pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and the pill furnace immediately flew from not far away. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at it with his naked eyes. This pill furnace was obviously different from the one he had taken out just now. Not to mention the weight and not to mention the faint 5 colors on the surface, just the spirit coming from the pill furnace was enough to show that this pill furnace was more than 1 level stronger than all of his previous ones. The refining technique on the inner wall of this pill furnace was the same, and the words of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had not changed. Presumably, if it was used to refine pills, it should have an even more shocking effect. With a move of his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua easily put this synthesized 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Then, Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in his heart. One by one, he took out the refined pill furnaces that had not been synthesized. Then, he put them in groups of 7 and waited for them to rotate and combine. Until he took out the 18 pill furnaces he had obtained from the incense sect, he filled up the 6 small arrays. Then, he put away the 6 new 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces without any surprise. In the end, only the innermost small array with 6 empty spots was left. The same 8 trigrams purple gold furnace stood there all by itself. Using his divine sense, he looked at the 6 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in his belt. These 6 were the same as the previous ones. When they saw each other, there was still a faint connection between them. However, this connection was more obscure, and the fluctuations between them were more mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and hovered over the last remaining pill furnace. He originally wanted to give it a try. He did not have any wishful thinking. However, when he took it, it was beyond his expectations. The last pill furnace only trembled slightly. It was as if it was trying to resist. Immediately, it was put into Zhang Xiaohua's money bag. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why did this pill furnace suddenly lose its integrity? All the pill furnaces were put into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten. He pinched a spell and flew into the air above the big pit. The prohibition that restricted his flight must have been broken. Flying into the air, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of the fog-like thing that was surrounded by the pill furnaces just now. That thing was as big as a bucket. Outside it was a cloud of white silky fog. Above that thing, a thin thread of white flocculating gas extended in the air. It passed through the prohibition and the stone wall outside the prohibition. Could it be that the white fog that shrouded the water island is the fog on this celestial device? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. Then he waved his hand and cast a few spells. The white fog only tilted slightly and then gathered again. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He waved his hand again and that thing actually flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Ha! Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He hurriedly took out a rather big jade box from his arms. He pointed his finger and that big thing flew into the jade box. Zhang Xiaohua cast prohibition spells on the 4 walls of the jade box. He closed the lid and cast a few more prohibition spells. Then he carefully put the jade box into his money bag. At this moment, the whole big pit was empty. Only the faint fog line from just now still led to the outside of the prohibition. But at the bottom of the fog line, the thing that produced the fog had disappeared. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1029. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Bai Yanqiu's palace and did not dare to delay. She immediately turned invisible and flew back to the abode. At this time, Meng was pacing back and forth in the abode, showing her anxiety. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, she hurried over and asked, "How is it? You've been gone for more than 2 hours. What did Bai Zhangmin say? Is there the turning point? Moreover, the more I think about it, the more strange it is. If she sincerely wants to visit the mountain, she should treat us with courtesy. Since she didn't even look at me, a female disciple of Mo Xian Palace, obviously, she doesn't want to treat us with courtesy. Even if she asked you some questions, she has the intention of going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to cause trouble. Moreover, our value is reflected before the Martial Arts Circle Convention. As long as this Bai Zhangmin goes to the convention and her evil plan succeeds, our value will be gone. Who knows, maybe the first people that Bai Zhangmin wants to kill will be you and me. Yes, and even if Bai Zhangmin comes back with us to the incense sect, we didn't send the message between the clouds and the water to the hierarch in advance. This is not a small crime. Meng was anxious and told her everything that she had just considered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. So he looked at the sky, walked forward, and took Meng's hand. He smiled and said, "You're right. I also thought a lot. Actually, I didn't see Bai Zhangmin just now. I heard that she left the island early. What should we say? She can't have gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak. I don't know where she went. What we need to do now is to escape from here as soon as possible." Escape? It's not like you didn't see it when we came in. With so many immortal methods and so many troubles, how could the two of us fool the eyes of Aqua Cloud Room's disciples? Meng, you don't have to worry about this. I just went to look for Senior Peng Yeyu. Peng Yeyu? Dream frowned slightly. I don't like the way he looks at me. Why are you looking for him? I know you don't like it, but there's no other way. Other than him, there's only Liang Zhangshu. These two are disciples we met in between the clouds and the water. Liang Zhangshu seems to have left with Bai Zhangmin, so I can only look for Peng Yeyu. Are you looking for him to negotiate with him? Ask him to let us go? Dream sighed. Yes, under my persuasion, he was finally willing to help us, but he needs me to do something for him. Oh, as for what it is, you don't have to ask. I promised him to keep it a secret. Xiaohua, it's been hard on you. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua affectionately and snuggled into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She couldn't speak to Zhang Xiaohua, so she opened her cherry lips and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips for the first time. Buzz. Zhang Xiaohua felt her brain heat up, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. It was as if Meng's figure was the only thing left in the world, and the only thing left in the world was the moisture and warmth on her lips. After a long while, both of them were panting, and reluctantly parted their lips. Meng's face was flushed red, and she said, "Then, why aren't we leaving? Isn't it convenient to go out in the dark?" "Yes, I wanted to tell you, but you kept pestering me. I forgot," Zhang Xiaohua said with a shy face. Then he explained, "I have already discussed with Peng Yeyu. He will come over in a while. You just need to follow him. He will send you out of the mountain first. Then, you quickly find a big white horse and go out in the middle of the night. I will go and help Peng Yeyu, and when I finish tomorrow, I will go and catch up with you. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Meng shook her head. "If we are going, we will go together. Why should we separate? Besides, even if I go alone, do you know where I am going? Where are you going to find me?" Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face, and she held Meng in her arms and said, "If we go together, we will be a bigger target. Moreover, in the hall between the clouds and the water 2 days ago, many disciples have seen my face. If I go with you, there will be problems. It is better if you go first, and you won't attract attention." As for where you are going, don't worry. Isn't it going to the Church of Fragrance? I have already asked Peng Yeyu, and now I will tell you the route. You go first, and I will catch up with you. Don't forget, Huan Huan runs faster than your big white horse. Is that so? Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua speaking with such conviction, and she could only hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, Then I will listen to you. You have to come out quickly. Zhang Xiaohua replied, and told her the route between the clouds and the water to the Church of Fragrance, and then she hurried away. Not long after, Peng Yu came from outside the house. Brother? Your throat. Meng did not like this Peng Yeyu, but after all, he wanted to send her out. After walking with Peng Yeyu for a while, Meng could not help but ask out of politeness. Nothing, it's just a few days ago, because of you, I was punished by the sect leader, and my meridians were injured. Peng Yeyu said unhappily, and his words were short and to the point. He was a man of few words. This. Meng had heard Zhang Xiaohua talk about this before, and she snorted coldly and said, I don't know how Brother Peng plans to deal with my family. Ren Xiaoyao? If anything happens to him, even if you let me go, I will not accept your kindness. I return to the Church of Fragrance and don't see him. I swear, I will destroy between the clouds and the water without leaving a single chicken or dog. Meng's tone was cold, but in Peng Yeyu's ears, it was like the sound of nature. This guy was Zhang Xiaohua in disguise, and if he did not have the face to do so, he would have pounced on Meng, hugged her, and kissed her. You are indeed worthy of being Ai's sweetheart, even your words are so ruthless. Hee, although you don't usually say anything, but behind my back, you call me hers, really intoxicating. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her voice was still fake, and she said vaguely, It's not dangerous, I will catch up with you in a few days. Meng continued to threaten, I'm curious, how did Xiaoyao persuade you? Do you have something you want him to do? Why are you asking me? If you want to ask your family? Ren Xiaoyao. Peng Yeyu curled his lips. Fortunately, his back was to Meng, and this familiar action was not seen by Meng. This dead man, he must say that he made an agreement with you to keep it a secret. Otherwise, I will pull his ear and ask. Meng said fiercely. Peng Yeyu naturally touched his ears and said thoughtfully, That's right. He definitely can't say it. While they were talking, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Under the light of the torches, they saw Peng Yeyu leading a woman. They couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, the person in the lead went forward and cupped his hands. External envoy Peng, you are... Peng Yeyu was slightly stunned and looked at him. Do I need to tell you what I am doing? That person was also taken aback. He smiled apologetically and said, Of course I can't interfere in external emissary Peng's matters. Now that sect leader has left, you must be relieved. I was too talkative. Please. Peng Yeyu nodded and was about to leave. Oh, right, external envoy Peng, there are rules, please. Your password tonight is? Please don't blame me, this is... Yiyu Xiao Xiao. Peng Yeyu said in a bad mood. That person suddenly thought of something, and a strange expression appeared on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. If he did not laugh, he would not be able to hold it in. Peng Yeyu glared at him and left with Meng. The torches of the people behind them were crooked, and they were laughing extremely sullenly. On the short journey to the pier, Peng Yeyu and Meng encountered several patrols. It could be seen that between the clouds and the water was heavily guarded after Bai Yanqiu left. But who was Peng Yeyu? He was one of the few external envoys, and he always had the right to freely enter and exit between the clouds and the water. Tonight's password, ahem, although it was a little inappropriate, he had said it clearly, so who could stop him? On the pier, several large boats were docked, and one of them was lit. Peng Yeyu walked to the bow and shouted, Who is on duty tonight? Who is it? A burly man shouted, and quickly ran out of the cabin with a small bone in his hand. When he saw that it was Peng Yeyu, he immediately threw the bone into the water, and rubbed his greasy hands on his lapel a few times. He cupped his hands and said, So it is external envoy Peng. This little one did not hear you, so sorry for the delay. Are you allowed to drink when you are on duty? Peng Yeyu frowned and asked when he smelled the smell of alcohol in the man's mouth. This. The man scratched his head and murmured, "It is already late, this little one. This little one thinks that there is nothing wrong. Who told you that there is nothing wrong? Didn't I already have something to do?" Peng Yeyu said impatiently. Yes, this little one will immediately tidy up. The man answered, and quickly went into the cabin. Not long after, several other men came out with food and wine in their hands. They all timidly looked at Peng Yeyu, who was coldly facing the pool, and hurried to the next boat. Meng looked on from the side with interest, but her heart was also a little uneasy. At this moment, a voice came, "External Envoy Peng, what are you going to do with this disciple of the fragrant religion?" Meng's heart thumped. She turned around and saw that it was Li Su and Li from Huiming Hall, who had greeted them earlier. Peng Yeyu's expression also changed. He turned around and cupped his hands, saying, "Oh, so it is Li. I just received a message from the sect leader, asking me to bring this female disciple out." "Oh? Is that so?" Li Su frowned and looked at Peng Yeyu, and then looked at Meng, who was standing quietly next to him. He asked curiously, "What? The sect leader sent a message? Why didn't this old man know? When did external envoy Peng receive news more timely than my Huiming Hall?" "Oh right, external envoy. What happened to your throat tonight? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Com to vote recommendation or monthly." Chapter 1030. Peng Yeyu glanced at Li Su and said with a smile, "I am the external envoy personally appointed by the sect leader. If I don't have a direct message from the sect leader, how can I be called an external envoy? If your Huiming Hall knows about it, wouldn't the sect leader?" Peng Yeyu didn't finish his sentence. He turned to Dream and said, "Miss Zixia, get on the boat first. I'll send you to see the sect leader." Dream glanced at him, then glanced at Li Su. She calmly walked onto the boat. Li Su opened his mouth to stop her, but he raised his hand and put it down. "Li, I'll go to your place to receive my punishment. My meridians are damaged, so my throat is naturally a problem. There's nothing strange about it." Peng Yeyu saw Dream walk to the side of the boat. He turned his head and said, "Also, tonight's password was set by Li himself, right?" Li Su was somewhat baffled. He nodded and said, "Yes. External Envoy Peng, is there something wrong?" "There's nothing wrong. It's excellent. It's just that if some people don't know how to be flirtatious, they shouldn't do such things." Li Su was furious. This is Yi Yu Xiaoxiao's password. However, as soon as he said the password, he immediately understood. He looked at Peng Yeyu with a strange expression. Peng Yeyu cupped his hands and said, "Li, I left the island first. The sect leader sent me a message and I left the island in a hurry. The fragrant cult sent out 2 envoys. They only asked one about the fragrant cult situation and didn't ask the other. If that Ren Xiaoyao is hiding something, it will be inappropriate for our sect's operation. Therefore she asked me to bring Zixia over. She has detailed information to ask. Li, are you satisfied?" It's nothing. External emissary Peng has received the sect leader's verbal instructions, so of course he can do as he pleases. This old man was just asking, so don't take it to heart. Also, the Oitonite's password is really this old man's slip of the tongue. Brother, please don't blame me. This old man will have his subordinates change it. No, don't change it tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Peng Yeyu hurriedly stopped him and said, "I also didn't want to leave in such a hurry. So when I heard Mr. Li's command tonight, I felt a little unhappy. Forget it, we're just talking about the facts. I still have a lot of respect for Mr. Li. Wait for me to come back, then we'll have a toast." Well said. Li Su smiled and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Peng Yeyu and said, "This is a pill that I obtained from the Dalan Temple. It's most suitable for external injuries. External emissary Peng, this throat injury is really not good. It's better to treat it as soon as possible." Peng Yeyu received the jade bottle and smiled. Thank you for your help, Mr. Li. He then jumped onto the boat and shouted, hurry up and set sail. Before midnight I want to get out of the pool. Yes, external emissary Peng. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The man controlling the boat saw that even Mr. Li was letting them go. How could he not quickly redeem himself? When the boat was out of the water, Peng Yu clasped his hands and said, Mr. Li, rest early. When I come back I'll thank you again. External emissary Peng, be careful on the road. Leave early and come back early. Li Su returned the gesture. His words were very warm. It made people feel that Shui Yupeng's old and new disciples were getting along well. Looking at the boat leaving, Li Su stopped smiling and scolded, look at all of you. What do you want me to say to all of you? Tonight's password, why didn't you remind me? You already used his name as the password. How could you not make him angry? Go hurry up. Sigh, forget it. If something like this happens in the future, you must tell me earlier. Then he looked up and whispered, this external disciple can be really arrogant sometimes. Li Su did not know that on the boat not far away, Peng Yiyu's back was already soaked. Even his forehead was slightly sweaty. At this moment he was brushing his forehead with his fingers and scolding, this old man. The man controlling the boat heard him from afar. He lowered his head slightly and focused on controlling the boat. It was as if he did not hear him at all. Dream sat in the cabin. Her two big eyes stared at Peng Yiyu, full of curiosity. The way out between the clouds and the water was different from the way in. However, Peng Yiyu did not need to worry about it. He only needed to stand at the bow of the boat. With the face of the disciples between the clouds and the water familiar with him and the password that made him a little angry, he was unimpeded. When the boat reached the shore, Peng Yiyu brought Dream down the boat. The man controlling the boat cupped his hands and said, external emissary Peng, I will not see you off. I hope you will make a new contribution soon. As he said that, he docked the boat beside the pool. At this moment, the disciples who were patrolling the shore quickly rushed over. Since they were already on the shore, Peng Yiyu dealt with them even more smoothly. He sent the disciples away with a few words. He even sent Dream's big white horse over. Dream rode on the big white horse. Peng Yiyu also rode on a horse. The two of them walked for a while and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking at the sky, Peng Yiyu cupped his hands and said, Miss Zixia, I will see you off here. From now on, Miss Zixia will have to go by herself. Wait. Dream was a little worried. Young Master Peng sent me off under the pretext of your sect leader. If your sect leader asks about it in the future, how will young Master Peng answer? Why don't you follow me to the aroma cult? You will have a place to stay. Thank you, Miss Zixia. This is just a deal with Ren Xiaoyao. I naturally have a way to escape. Alright, it's getting late. Goodbye. Peng Yiyu obviously didn't want to say more. He patted his horse and went in another direction along the mountain. Dream looked at Peng Yiyu's back and waited for a while. She patted her horse and went in another direction. This was what she had discussed with Zhang Xiaohua earlier. Peng Yiyu walked for a while and didn't look back. He jumped down from the horse's back and waved his hand to hit the horse's head. The horse immediately fell down with a cry and stopped moving. Then he took out something from his chest and threw it on the horse. The horse immediately caught fire. Not long after, everything turned into nothingness. At this time, Peng Yiyu suddenly waved his left hand. With a strange movement, he disappeared in an instant. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had just risen. In the mountain range between the clouds and the water, in a cave, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. Thinking about what he had done to Peng Yiyu last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. He released his divine sense and found that Dream had disappeared. Peng Yiyu had also disappeared. Everything would be impossible to investigate. However, the stone in Bai Yanxiu's bedroom palace, the jade slip underground, and the pill furnace that had turned into 6-8 trigrams purple gold furnace had to be explained. For this, Zhang Xiaohua had planned it out last night. He stood up, changed his clothes, and changed into Pan An's appearance. He made a gesture and went to the mountain range. At this time, Between the clouds and the water was still shrouded in thick fog. But the mountain wind above the pool was gradually getting stronger. It had already blown away the fog at the outermost part of the island. It was no longer as thick as before. Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream, and it turned into 8 sword lights like swimming fish. They swam around his body. He used the flying technique to hide himself and went to the pool. When he reached the side of the island, his divine sense had found that there was a layer of array around the island. He didn't go in, but showed himself first and shouted, "Where is the girl from the Shindao sect?" He shouted 3 times in a row. These 3 sounds contained Zhang Xiaohua's genuine qi. The whole pool shook slightly. Between the clouds and the water, whether it was those who had not woken up yet or those who were on duty in the morning, were all alarmed. Everyone looked at the Immortal flying in the sky in horror. The girl from the Shindao sect, she's not here? Then, that's easy. I came here to take away what belongs to I. You just have to tell her. Before his voice died away, Zhang Xiaohua flew out of the mountain. Not long after, he disappeared into the horizon. Standing on the giant island, the people who had been woken up from their sweet dreams finally woke up. It turned out that the other party had already infiltrated deep into the enemy's territory and taken away what belonged to them. What an immortal! There were so many of them, and they had such a tight defense, but they didn't even know when the other party left. Just when everyone was panicking, someone with sharp eyes saw the rising sun and shouted, "Look, look, the fog between the clouds and the water. Where did it go?" Of course, the thick fog yesterday had been blown away by the mountain wind. The true face of the giant island between the clouds and the water was revealed. Not good. Li Su, who was hiding among the people, changed his expression and shouted, "Don't panic. The Immortal has already left. Sits. Besides, he didn't come to find trouble with you. What are you afraid of? You could quickly go and see if the array inside and outside the island is still there." A man with a pale gold face ran to the shore. Not long after, he came back happily and reported, "Li, the great formation on the island is still there." The formation in the pool outside the island is also unchanged. Good. Li Su breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Brothers, take care of the house. The Immortal must have something to discuss with our faction leader. Since our faction leader is not here, and he has no intention of staying, let's all go about our business." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Gradually, they regained their calmness. Although they were not used to the disappearance of the clouds, after a short while, they began to bask in the sun lazily and enjoyed it, causing them to forget about the unforeseen event. Of course, Li Su could not conceal the fact that such a great change had occurred on the water island. He immediately sent the disciples of the Huiming Hall to leave the island by boat and report to Bai Yanqiu at full speed. Zhang Xiaohua fooled the people from between the clouds and the water. She hid herself as she walked, making it seem like she had disappeared into the sky. In fact, she landed on the ground after walking for a short distance. With a sweep of her divine perception, she had already found the location of the odd beasts. She used the earth escape technique and secretly pulled Huan out. Then, she jumped up and chased after Meng, who had been walking for a whole night. Chapter 1031. Chen Chen pursed his lips and said, "I'll encounter it sooner or later. It's better to ask now. All right, I'll let you know that the bottleneck of the Immortal Tao is different for everyone. Even our sect's bottleneck has nothing in common with the elders. Perhaps my experience can be used as a reference for the elder, but for you, it's like playing the lute to a cow. So be it. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. If I can't comprehend it, I'll just treat it as a story." Chen Chen said with a smile. "Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Immortality is different from martial arts. If you don't reach the bottleneck, you won't understand it at all. Instead, it may lead you astray." Nun Jingyi shook her head and said, "However, if you want to hear a story, I'll tell it to you." Hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes brightened and he almost clapped his hands in praise. He said, "Then, Sect Master? Tell me quickly." Nun Jingyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Actually, it's not a story. It's just that a disciple of Ruijin Palace, Missouri Qingshan, picked a Chao Huandan for my sect, and this Chao Huandan was obtained by the current disciple of the guardian, Ren Xiaoyao. He returned the Chao Huandan to my sect according to Emo Qingshan's last wish. This Chao Huandan is an extremely rare immortal spiritual herb in the world. My sect refined this Chao Huandan into an elixir and took it. Naturally, I broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. This matter involved Nun Jingyi's love affair in her early years. Everyone in the hall knew about it. When they heard it at this time, they were all moved by Emo Qingshan's infatuation and could not help sighing in their hearts. Chen Chen said enviously, "This Ren Xiaoyao is really lucky. He went to Huanshu and got the Chao Huandan that no one had expected. This guy." "Oh, Sir Hierarch, it seems that tomorrow is the martial arts circle assembly. I heard that Master Chang Xing of the Dalan Temple has already passed Jinghai Lake and is accompanied by the Deputy Master of the Greenwood Palace. As for Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia, why is there no news about them until now?" Peacock frowned and looked at Nun Jingyi in confusion. She whispered, "I went to the Tenryu sect and Junior Sister Yen went to the Alliance of Righteous Sects. They both rushed back 10 days ago. Even though the Dalan Temple is far away, they should have returned by now." Nun Jingyi declined to comment. She looked at Nun Shuizhen and asked, "Do you have any news about these two people?" Reporting to sect leader, after the two of them appeared at Dragon Mountain and Poyang Town, they disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they went. Nun Shuizhen said, Besides, disciples of the Tenryu sect have appeared in Jianghu. I don't know if they have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream." Chen Chen asked curiously, "What does the Tenryu sect have to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream? Didn't Senior Sister Kong go to them?" "Alas, what should have happened has happened." Nun Jingyi sighed and said, "However, they are still disciples of the fragrance cult. They told the disciples in Jianghu that if they found any trace of them, they should report it immediately." Nun Jingyi's words were strange. Everyone was surprised. Chen Chen also opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't ask anything in the end. "Junior Sister Shuizhen, how is the preparation for the reception in Huayu Peak?" "The preparations are almost complete. However, this martial arts assembly is a grand occasion that the fragrant religion has not seen for many years. There are a total of 230 sects that have received invitations. There are 512 sects that have not received invitations. According to Sir Hierarch, they are guests. The fragrance cult is also prepared to receive these sections. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 800 sections. Starting from Dianchi Lake, the outer disciples of the fragrance cult will accompany them. When they enter the mountain tomorrow and arrive at Huayu Peak, it will be the inner disciples of the fragrance cult who will receive them. Previously, we were only prepared to receive 500 sections. Now there are 300 more sections. We don't have enough people. What's there to report?" Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "I guess the disciples of Lingxiang Peak will want to participate in such a grand occasion. You should inform Distant Fire Temple, Greenwood Temple, Ruoshui Temple, and Thick Earth Temple to send some disciples over. I'm afraid those disciples can't wait to be happy." Sir Hierarch is wise. "I'll go and inform them now." "There's one more thing, Sir Hierarch. I heard from the disciples of Jinghai Lake that the Tenryu sect hasn't sent a heavenly king, Peacock said in a low voice. "It's fine." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. "The Tenryu sect is the most annoying. It's the inheritance of the demonic cult. There's a difference between life and death between us and the 4 immortal sects. Although the immortal sects and the demonic cult have been annihilated and there have been fewer battles of life and death in the past few thousand years, they're still incompatible with us. It's normal that they don't come. But when I went, they didn't say that they wouldn't come. So, they'll be the last. Maybe when all the sects come to Huayu Palace, their heavenly king will be the last to arrive." "Sir Hierarch, this Sakura. Why is he so arrogant?" Chen Chen asked. "Sakura?" Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. The Tenryu sect's Sakura has never shown himself in public. He definitely won't participate in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. Even if someone from the Tenryu sect comes, it'll only be a heavenly king. Oh, I see. Chen was enlightened, but immediately asked, but, Sir Hierarch, you've broken through the bottleneck. Between the Immortal sects and the Sakura, who's more powerful? Everyone's expression changed. Nanjing Fan and Peacock almost glared at Chen. Nanjing seemed to have been asked. She stared at the clear sky outside the window. After a while, she said, the Sakura is the best in martial arts in the world. He's also the best in the Immortal sects. Ever since the 4 Immortal sects, Fragrance Cult, Dalan Temple, Misty School, and Shundao sect were founded, he's been the best. Even now, he's still the best. Silly girl, do you think our sect can compare to the Sakura? What? Chen was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Could it be that the Sakura of every generation is the best in martial arts? Sigh, we had our suspicions back then, but this is the truth, an indisputable truth. No one doubts this fact, and no one dares to refute this fact. But the Immortal sects have been destroyed. The Shundao sect and Misty School have been destroyed. Why has the Tenryu sect always been so powerful? How did they pass down their knowledge? Chen seemed to want to cram in his knowledge of the Immortal sects. The diabolism is different from the Immortal sects. The Immortal sects use the vitality of heaven and earth as the foundation for cultivation. The diabolism is different. As for what kind of inheritance they use, we don't know. We only know that although the vitality of heaven and earth has been greatly reduced, although it has affected the Tenryu sect, it has affected us more deeply. So, although the cultivation of the Sakura of every generation has decreased, this has not affected them. They've always been the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. The Sakura has always been the #1 in the pugilistic world. Then Master Jing Xian, Master Jing Gang. Peacock asked in a low voice, this time, should we ask about it? Nanjing stopped and looked at Peacock thoughtfully. She nodded and said, yes. They killed 2 of our elders. Even if the Sakura is the #1 person in the world and the Tenryu sect is the #1 sect in the world, this matter must be explained clearly. Everyone praised him in their hearts and nodded, Lord Hierarch is right. But, Peacock, think about it again. Do you think it's possible to ask about this in front of all the heroes in the world? Master. Peacock's expression changed and she frowned. After a while, she shook her head and said, Master is wise and farsighted. I'm still lacking in experience. This is not appropriate for me to ask. Chen was anxious and said, Senior sister, why are you talking in riddles with Master? Why don't you explain it clearly? Peacock looked at Nanjing and turned to say, the death of the 2 masters is related to the Tenryu sect, but we don't have any evidence. If we ask them for no reason, they won't admit it. They might even ask us for evidence. Wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is incompetent? This matter can't be compared to the public vengeance in the martial arts world. We can't just ask for it openly. That's right. Chen also realized and said dejectedly, I thought I could find justice for the 2 masters. Justice is in the heart of the heavens, justice is in the heart of the people. Nanjing nodded and said, this is something that the Tenryu sect needs to investigate. We won't ask about it in front of others. Moreover, the Tenryu sect has killed so many of the Tenryu sect spies. When will you hear them talk about it? Even if Chen says that a heavenly king of the Tenryu sect has been killed secretly, even if the Sakura is suspicious, he won't ask you in front of everyone. This is a slap to your own face. Nanjing said, after all, tomorrow will be the most lively event that the Tenryu sect has ever seen in decades. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, everyone will be a guest tomorrow. Let's think about how to organize the Wulin convention tomorrow. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. One after another, they offered suggestions. Chen Chen glanced at Peacock and muttered to himself, "This adulterous pair, I wonder where they've gone to hide and have fun." The next day it was a nice day. The Huayu Peak in the Tenryu sect was even more peaceful and calm. At the foot of the Huayu Peak, Nun Jingyi was dressed in a palace dress. Beside her, there were dozens of women dressed in palace dresses. However, everyone's head was covered with a veil, so it was hard to tell who was who. On the mountain path that was paved with yellow soil and sprinkled with clear water, there were already dozens of people in sight. Among the dozens of people, there were a few old men dressed in monk robes who did not ride horses. Behind the old monks, there were a few old men dressed in green who also did not ride horses. However, although these people did not ride horses and looked like they were just strolling, their figures were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Their speed was extremely fast. Even the dozens of young disciples behind them who were dressed in various clothes and riding horses could barely keep up with them. Seeing the old monk, Nun Jingyi's face was full of smiles. Her feet paused slightly and her body floated forward like a willow catkin. She only walked for dozens of feet in the air before she stopped and said, "Elder, Master Zhang-san, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip." Chapter 1032. Hearing this, Elder Chang Xing, who was dressed in monk robes, exerted some force on his feet and also floated into the air. He was far ahead of the elders beside him and replied, "Amitba, I'm fine, but Abbess Jing..." "Congratulations, Abbess Jingyi, you've broken through the bottleneck and your cultivation has increased by another level. Congratulations." Next to him, Alliance Master Zhang San, who was almost shoulder to shoulder with Elder Chang Xing, also took large strides. He was actually using a rare qinggong, shrinking earth into an inch. He wasn't much slower than Elder Chang Xing. When Elder Chang Xing finished speaking, he also cupped his hands and said, "Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance has come to pay a visit to Abbess Jingyi." Abbess Jingyi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, for coming from afar, this old woman is endlessly grateful." Then she said to Zhang San, "Alliance Master Zhang, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually mastered the qinggong shrinking earth into an inch. It's really commendable." Zhang San modestly said, "You're too kind. Compared to Abbess Jingyi's cultivation, my qinggong is insignificant." I wouldn't dare. All the martial arts in the world return to their origin, and in the end, they all reach the same height. As they spoke, the long distance was covered by the two of them. When they arrived in front of Abbess Jingyi, Zhang San said, "I thought that entering Dianqi Lake meant entering the incense cult. Walking for a long time with it, this incense cult is indeed a paradise." "Isn't that so? I didn't expect Abbess Jingyi to be so generous. She invited the entire Jianghu. Moreover, Huayu Peak is actually so far from Jinghai Lake? Elder Chang Xing, please don't blame me. I originally wanted to arrange for it to be at Jinghai Lake. After all, it's convenient for the heroes of Jianghu. However, that place doesn't have a ready-made palace, and it's also far from Lingxiang Peak. It took a lot of effort to arrange. After thinking for a long time, I decided to arrange for it to be at Huayu Peak. Huayu Palace is a palace left behind by the ancestors of the incense cult. It's the place where the ancestors of the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Shindao sect, and the Tenryu sect would drink and chat. Today's heroes of Jianghu are gathered here, showing that the incense cult is a place to treat guests. Haha. Alliance Master Zhang laughs. Our Righteous Dao Alliance started after the Immortal Dao Alliance. We have no chance to enter the Huayu Palace. Today, we have obtained Nun Jingyi's approval. We must take a good look around. Alliance Master Zhang, don't be ashamed of your inferiority. We are all inherited sects, while the Righteous Alliance started from scratch. You are indeed a hero, but you are also beyond our reach. In the future, when our sects provide guidance on Jianghu matters, won't the Righteous Alliance also be a frequent guest of Huayu Palace? Thank you for your praise, Abbess. Alliance Master Zhang said with a smile. Please go up the mountain. In the Huayu Palace, there is tea for the daughter of the Chuanxiang cult to taste. As they spoke, Nun Jingyi invited Elder Chang Chang and Alliance Master Zhang San. The three of them used their qinggong and headed towards Huayu Palace. Behind them, Great Master Chang Gung, Great Master Chang Xing, Vice Alliance Master Chai, Vice Alliance Master Mi, and the others were accompanied by Nun Jing Fan and Nun Xuezhen. The other disciples were also accompanied by their corresponding disciples. After the two sects, it was the other Jianghu sect's turn. The masters and disciples of Ruijin Palace, Greenwood Palace, Lihua Palace, Ruoshui Palace, and Thick Earth Palace accompanied them up the mountain path. Other than the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, which did not have a limit on the number of people, the other sects had a quota of 4 people. As for those who came uninvited, they were informed that there would not be more than 4 people. Generally speaking, other than the sect master, there would be a vice sect master or an elder, and then there would be the 2 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Therefore, there were more than 3,000 people from the 800 sects. Including the elders and disciples of the Chuanxiang cult, there would be more than 5,000 people. This was also the immortal path inheritance of the Chuanxiang cult. The Huayu Peak was incomparably tall, and the Huayu Palace on top of it was also built with immortal path techniques. It was not inferior to the Amo Xian Palace on the Lingxiang Peak. But even so, other than the 230 sects invited by the Chuanxiang cult, more than 1,000 people from the other 512 sects, nearly 2,000 people, could only sit in the square outside the Huayu Palace. How big was the square of the Huayu Peak? Even with Zhang Xiaohua's vision, it was amazing. Therefore, more than 2,000 people were more than enough. In addition, the Chuanxiang cult was very well prepared. Every sect had a set of tables and chairs. When they sat down, there was an order and there was no sense of uneasiness. Jing Yi Shirtai invited the elder and alliance master Zhang San into the Huayu Palace and sat down. The elder looked around and sighed, "I've only heard of the Huayu Palace before. Now that I've come here, it really lives up to its name." Before alliance master Zhang San could speak, Great Master Chang Gung smiled and said, "The abbot is right. The Chuanxiang cult's immortal atmosphere is not something our sects can compare to." "You flatter me, you flatter me." Jing Yi Shirtai had a smile on her face, but she was still modest. "Your sect is a pure land, blessed by the Buddha and protected by the Dharma protectors. My Chuanxiang cult really doesn't dare to have the heart to compare." Hearing Jing Yi Shirtai mention the Dharma protectors, Great Master Chang Gung was a little displeased. He looked around and said with a smile, "What Dharma protectors? They're only there to intimidate demons and small Taoists. When they meet a real master, they can only protect themselves. The Dharma protectors that Jing Yi Shirtai sent to my sect are the real Dharma protectors that can shake the Jianghu." Jing Yi Shirtai raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Great Master Chang Gung, what do you mean?" Elder Changxing said, "The Dharma protectors of your Chuanxiang cult naturally know the whole story. Shirtai, why do you have to ask us on the spot?" His tone was a little unfriendly. That was because Zhang Xiaohua broke through the 3 tests of the Dalan Temple and damaged the Dalan Temple's reputation. How could the Dalan Temple tell outsiders about this? Even if the Chuanxiang cult had spies in the Dalan Temple, they wouldn't know about this matter. Although Jing Yi Shirtai sent Zhang Xiaohua to the Dalan Temple for her own reasons, she didn't receive any reports from the spies. She also didn't see Zhang Xiaohua and Dream come back. Of course, she didn't know the reason. But looking at Master Changxing's expression, Jing Yi Shirtai's heart was already blooming with joy. She definitely wouldn't mention this matter in front of the Righteous Alliance or other sect leaders. She only smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao is the only Dharma protector of my Chuanxiang cult. He's still young. If he has offended you in any way, this old woman will apologize." The Chuanxiang cult has such a good disciple, and our Jianghu has such a handsome youth. This old monk and the others are all happy. There's no need to apologize. The elder laughed. Seeing that there was some misunderstanding between the 2 sects, Jing Yi Shirtai could only say, 3 great masters, please don't blame me. This old woman really didn't mean anything else. Rin Xiaoyao and Zixia still haven't returned to lingering Fragrance Peak. The elder was stunned. He turned to look at Great Master Changgung and Master Changxing. He exchanged a look and said to Jing Yi Shirtai, "Shirtai, you sent Miss Zixia to Jianghu as a diplomatic envoy. Presumably, you have other plans. This something has happened. Perhaps 3 great masters can also tell?" Jing Yi Shirtai didn't wait for Master Changxing to finish speaking. Master Changxing didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Since Shirtai Jing can tell, why can't this old monk and the others?" Alliance Master Zhang San, who was sitting on the other side, was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He cursed inwardly, "You 2 great sects with immortal legacies. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." However, he still couldn't say it. Otherwise, it would show how ignorant and inexperienced he was. Therefore, he also pretended to nod, as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Since that's the case, I don't think anyone from the Tenryu sect will come today," Jing Yi Shirtai said with a smile. "That should be the case." The elder nodded. Alliance Master Zhang San also smiled, but he was already cursing in his heart. What did this have to do with the Tenryu sect not coming? "All right, let's begin the martial arts circle convention." As she spoke, Jing Yi Shirtai stood up and walked to the side of the chair. She moved her hands slightly in her sleeves and said softly, "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion." Jing Yi Shirtai's voice was very soft, but, in the ears of the people in Huayu Palace, it was as if she was speaking right next to them. When they focused on their ears, they found that the voice didn't come from Jing Yi, who was standing in front of them. Instead, it came from all directions in Huayu Palace. It wasn't just the people in Huayu Palace. In the square outside Huayu Palace, more than 2,000 people were noisy at first. When they heard Jing Yi Shirtai's voice, it was as if there were 2,000 Jing Yi Shirtai sitting in front of them. The voice also came from the square beside them. Everyone was very curious. Their eyes were full of admiration. What was the demeanor of a great sect with immortal legacies? This was it. Apart from the Dalan Temple, fragrant religion, and Huayu Palace, which other sect could be so generous? Other things aside, just the fact that one person's voice could reach more than 3,000 people's ears so clearly was something that even a super sect like the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion's Huayu Peak. Please participate in the martial arts assembly for my fragrant religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world." Standing in front of thousands of people, Jing Yi Shirtai spoke with assurance as if there was no one around. "As everyone knows, my fragrant religion has been blessed by my immortal seniors for thousands of years. Under the protection of the sect-protecting formation, we rarely participate in pugilistic world affairs. Although this has preserved the legacy of my fragrant religion, on the other hand, it has also erased the edges of my fragrant religion. We lack the guts of a great sect like the Righteous Alliance. Today, due to various reasons, the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion has collapsed. From today onwards, the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion will no longer be the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion. In the future, we will integrate into the Jianghu, into everyone. I hope that in the future, all the Jianghu sects will work together with the sect-protecting array of the fragrant religion and push the development of martial arts to the peak. Today is a milestone for my fragrant religion. It is also a milestone in the history of the pugilistic world. Today is a small step for my fragrant religion. It is also a big step for the pugilistic world. Today, the pugilistic world has given my fragrant religion a chance. In the future, my fragrant religion will give the entire pugilistic world a surprise. Although my fragrant religion is a great sect in the pugilistic world, my fragrant religion has always adhered to the principle of not forming alliances and not seeking hegemony. I believe that due to my fragrant religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world, it will definitely bring peace to the pugilistic world. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1033. Abbess Jing spoke for a long time before finally smiling. After speaking for so long, I just want to tell the disciples of incense cult that we're back. Jianghu, we're back. Instantly, all of the incense cult disciples roared. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison. It was a shocking sight. Not only were the sects outside Huayu Palace shocked, but even the sects inside Huayu Palace, the Dalan Temple, and the Alliance of Righteous Tao were shocked. All right, this old woman has finished speaking. In the future, when the disciples of my humble sect roam the Jianghu, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me. Nun Jing cupped her hands and said. No one dared to be rude. They all stood up and returned the gesture. Master Longevity stood up and walked over. Abbess Jing knew this and moved away from where she had been standing. Master Longevity put his palms together and said, Everyone, incense cult is a branch of Jianghu. Thousands of years ago, although there was a protective formation, the disciples of incense cult could still be found all over Jianghu. Now that the heavens have changed, the disciples of incense cult can once again appear in Jianghu. This is incense cult's fortune and Jianghu's fortune. This old monk won't say much, but I'll represent all of Jianghu in welcoming the disciples of incense cult back into Jianghu. After hearing Master Longevity's words, the crowd applauded. Who wouldn't give face to a Dalan Temple elder? After Master Longevity left, Alliance leader Zhang San coughed lightly and was about to go on stage when a voice came from outside the palace. Incense cult has such a grand event, how can I be absent? Abbess Jing wasn't surprised. She used her divine sense to scan the outside and was surprised. She raised her voice and said, Which sect and which sect are you from? Of all the famous sects in Jianghu, my school of fragrance sends out disciples to invite you. As for the other famous sects, my school of fragrance has a limited number of disciples, so I can't invite them one by one. Since you're here, then you're a guest. My school of fragrance will naturally welcome you with courtesy. Heh, if the Alliance of Righteous Tao can participate in incense cult's martial assembly, why can't we? Since the incense cult could re-enter Jianghu after thousands of years, why can't we do the same? I'll let Abbess Jing know that we came here because we wanted to use incense cult's martial arts tournament as an opportunity to tell the heroes of the world that between the clouds and the water has returned to the world of martial arts. Between the clouds and the water? Nun Jing and Grandmaster Longevity looked at each other, then at Zhang San. Zhang San also shook his head slightly. Re-enter Jianghu? Nun Jing raised her eyes and said, I wonder what this re-entering between the clouds and the water means. That voice suddenly became sharp and piercing to the ears. Then I'll let you take a look, lest you forget. Nun Jing seemed to have seen something strange. The elders were also surprised. A fiery red light shot in from outside the palace like a flaming arrow. It hit the curtains of Huayu Palace. The curtains were originally restricted by the Immortal Tao. A faint light flashed and the curtains shattered with a crack. Then, a similar light streaked through the air like a meteor and shot towards Nun Jing. Everyone in the Huayu Palace stood up. Hidden weapons or arrows in the martial arts world might have a sound, but they definitely wouldn't have such a brilliant brilliance. Which sect in the Huayu Palace didn't have a little bit of background? Who didn't know about the Immortal Tao? Huayu Palace wasn't the only place. Above the square of Huayu Palace, the fiery red light flew in from outside and streaked across the sky. They had long since noticed it. Perhaps these sects knew little about the Immortal Tao, but the appearance of an Immortal Tao senior in Rejuvenation Valley was now a hot topic in the entire Jianghu. Didn't they come here to inquire about the incense cult? As expected, the Immortal Tao didn't disappoint. It revealed its ferocity. Sky Shaker Bao? Nun Jing frowned and blurted out. Seeing that the arrow-like light was about to reach her, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she took out a jade talisman and flicked it forward. Pop! Another crack sounded. A splash of water appeared in the air, blocking the light. Sizzle! When the light touched the water, it drilled forward and slowly faded away. After a few moments, the result was clear. Puff! The light penetrated the water and continued to shoot towards Nun Jing. Nun Jingyi sneered. You only have the Shindao sect's protection. Even if you have the Shindao sect's Sky Shaker Bow, your cultivation is insufficient. What can you do to our sect? As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out a dark green net from somewhere. With a shake of her hand, she wrapped it around the light. Although there were many transparent holes in the net, there was a pearl smaller than a mung bean at the intersection of two threads. When the light was trapped by the net, it stopped in midair. Although it seemed to have a mind of its own, it was still trapped by the net. Nun Jingyi snorted. Her finger moved slightly and pointed at the net. The net shrunk into a ball, and the fiery red light dimmed a few times before being extinguished. How is it? Can you still shoot another arrow? Nun Jingyi sneered. Haha. The voice outside laughed. Nun Jingyi, could it be that you want to test my cultivation? Before he finished speaking, a suffocating aura came from outside Huayu Palace. Although there were many people in the palace who weren't cultivators of the Tao of Immortality, their hearts throbbed. They couldn't help but look at the sky outside the palace. Sure enough, a round and flat object flew in from outside the palace. It was the size of a palm at first, but it kept growing bigger. When it was about to reach Huayu Palace, it became the size of a dustpan. The demon refining gourd? Two astonished voices sounded at the same time. Immediately, a green ribbon flew out of Huayu Palace's window like a python. It wanted to entangle the dustpan. Who would have thought that the dustpan would spin around without any effort? The green ribbon couldn't do anything to it. Then, a figure suddenly flew out of the window and floated there. It was Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi floated above the square. She pointed her finger, and the green ribbon changed again. With a whoosh, it spread open and wrapped around the dustpan. Then, it pulled the dustpan into Nun Jingyi's hand. However, just as the dustpan was pulled down a little, a rumbling sound came from the dustpan. A pale white brilliance appeared, and the dustpan spun even more violently. In an instant, the green ribbon was torn apart. When Nun Jingyi saw this, her expression changed slightly. She made a hand seal and hit the green ribbon. The green ribbon flashed with the same brilliance and pounced on the dustpan. At this time, a powerful suction force came from outside Huayu Palace. It brought a gentle breeze. The green ribbon flickered in the air a few times before it was sucked over. Oh no! Nun Jingyi cried out. This really is the devil refining gourd, and the technique it uses is also from the Shindao sect. Could it be a disciple of the Shindao sect? Thinking quickly, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and a triangle appeared in her hand. This triangle was dotted with green spots and looked quite simple. Just as the Shirtai was about to activate it, a Buddhist chant was heard from inside Huayu Palace. Amitabha. Then, a pale yellow figure flew out of the window. It was the Dalan Temple's Elder Changxing. Before Elder Changxing landed on the ground, he flicked his wrist and the string of Buddhist prayer beads flew up. When they reached the side of the green scarf, the prayer beads had already become the size of a wicker basket. The prayer beads emitted a very comfortable Buddhist light that resisted the suction force. Only then did the green scarf stop moving. It flipped over and covered the wicker basket that was emitting a rumbling sound. Humph, the Dalan Temple and the incense sect only know how to cooperate with each other. It's been thousands of years, haven't they changed? GGA. Another unusually clear voice came from afar. The incense sect hasn't been so lively in a long time. Why is it so coincidental today? It's a good thing that this heavenly king came early. I can actually see the long-awaited battle of immortals. Before the voice died away, a green thing that looked like a beehive flew over from afar with a sharp sound. When it came close, everyone could clearly see several wisps of faint black smoke floating out of the beehive. Like tentacles, they clawed at the Dharma artifacts in the air. Black smoke nest. Garuda? The voice from before cried out in surprise. Then, the dustpan-like thing suddenly rose up. After a few turns, it was about to fly out of Huayu Palace. At this moment, the clear voice asked curiously, "Little girl, who are you from the Shindao sect? You actually have the devil refining gourd and can recognize this heavenly king?" As the voice spoke, the wisps of black smoke from the beehive suddenly stretched out, wanting to hit the dustpan like. However, the suction force that had been blocked by the Buddhist beads suddenly changed direction, and the dustpan-like sped up. Even the black smoke was pulled extremely long. Heavenly King Garuda, is this the way of a guest? Nun Jing-yi said expressionlessly. What guest? This Heavenly King is happy to see you fight. My hands are itching. Let's all have some fun together. As the voice spoke, the black smoke from the black smoke nest became thicker, and the tentacles gradually formed. Nun Jing-yi looked at Elder Changxing and pointed with her right hand. The green ribbon circled a few times and shrunk to an extremely small size. It moved strangely in the air, dodging the attacks of the black smoke, and fell into Nun Jing-yi's hands. Elder Changxing's Buddhist beads were even more powerful. They flew straight at the black smoke nest. Wherever the milky white Buddhist light went, the black smoke became thinner and disappeared. The Buddhist light had a natural restraining effect on the black smoke. With just a touch, it was already so powerful. Chapter 1034. Changxing, you old monk. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the black smoke diminish. Before he could curse, the prayer beads circled around the black smoke nest and slowly fell into the elder's hands. Sigh, how did it end so quickly? Garuda's clear voice was filled with regret. The black smoke nest quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. Disciples of the Shindao sect, please come to Huayu Palace for a chat. Nun Jingyi raised her voice. Yes, Nun Jingyi, please. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure flew in from the sky. She was also using the levitation technique. Then, like a gust of black wind, a thin and small man dressed in strange clothes descended from the sky and floated in the air. This man was the Tenryu sect's Garuda Heavenly King. Garuda Heavenly King had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. His long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns. He landed on the square and turned to ask the middle-aged woman, "Who are you? Since when did the Shindao sect have its own inheritance?" The middle-aged woman cupped her hands and bowed. Let me tell you, Garuda Heavenly King. I am a descendant of the Shindao sect. My name is Bai Yanqiu, but the Shindao sect was removed from the Jianghu thousands of years ago. I have no intention of calling myself the Shindao sect anymore. Now, my sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water, which means that I follow the clouds above the water. Between the clouds and the water? Garuda's small eyes turned. Why is it so troublesome? Shindao sect sounds better. Bai Yanqiu smiled. I am now the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came here to meet my brothers in the Jianghu and inform them that Between the Clouds and the Water will be famous in the Jianghu from now on. Nun Jing-yi sneered. If the Shindao sect is related to the incense cult, then I am naturally willing to support them. But what is the origin of Between the Clouds and the Water? How can you take advantage of my sect's return to the Jianghu? Nun Jing-yi, do you think I am willing to do that? My sect has already made preparations to hold the martial arts assembly today and announce our return to the Jianghu to the world. Who would have thought that the incense cult would also announce our return to the Jianghu to the world? Since the incense cult is holding the assembly, there is naturally no need for us to hold the assembly of Between the Clouds and the Water. Let's not talk about the fact that the heroes of the Jianghu have just finished participating in the Assembly of Heroes, so there are no more heroes who would care about the Assembly of Heroes Between the Clouds and the Water. In terms of reputation, Between the Clouds and the Water can't compare to the incense cult. Why don't we use the incense cult's glory and enter the Jianghu hand in hand with the incense cult? When she heard Bai Yanqiu lowering his status, Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda, who was standing next to her, and then at the elder. She could not help but ponder. At this time, many people had also rushed out of Huayu Palace. The current leader of the Righteous Tao Alliance, Zhang San, was watching this unbelievable battle from afar. His face was as dark as water. It was unknown whether he was jealous or had other plans. Alright, Bai Zhangmen is right. Since it is a martial arts assembly, then it is naturally a martial arts assembly for the entire Jianghu. Not only can the incense cult announce this to the entire Jianghu, even if the Shindao sect reappears, we should also be able to, Nun Jing Yi, there is a difference in your words. It is between the clouds and the water, not the Shindao sect. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile. Hehe, Nun Jingyi laughed and said, whether it is the Shindao sect or between the clouds and the water, they are both sects that have inherited the way of the immortals. How can the incense cult not lend a hand? In that case, thank you, Nun Jingyi. Bai Yanqiu smiled and bowed. If that is the case, Bai Zhangmen, why don't you call your disciples out? Please excuse me, Nun Jingyi. Bai Yanqiu did not mind. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. Immediately, dozens of disciples of Between the Clouds and the water-wielding long sabers appeared around Huayu Palace. They quickly used their qinggong to arrive beside Bai Yanqiu. The expressions of the people in Huayu Palace changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. The disciples of the incense cult were especially angry. Nun Jingyi, I did not mean to do this. It was just a way to protect myself. Hehe, it is fine, it is fine. This method is very normal. Nun Jingyi said nonchalantly. Even if it is the incense cult, we still have a backup plan. As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and took out an apricot yellow flag. She poured her true qi into it and waved it slightly. A few faint clouds floated out of the flag and quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. As they flew, the edges of the clouds became thinner and thinner. By the time they were out of Huayu Palace, they had almost disappeared. Abbess Jingyi waved the small flag again. Boom! Outside the Huayu Palace, a 30-feet-tall wall of fire immediately rose. The flame was more than a foot long and emitted a greenish-yellow color. This. Bai Yanqiu was dumbfounded. Garuda looked at the wall of fire with a dignified expression. All right, this is just a precaution from the incense cult. It seems that it will not be necessary. Nun Jingyi smiled and waved the flag again. The wall of fire immediately disappeared. Inside the Huayu Palace, everyone's reactions were different. The heads of the famous sects all looked pensive, as if they were considering something. The other sects all looked enlightened, and then their faces were full of excitement. They were even more excited than when they watched the fight of the Immortal Dao. Many people had already begun to secretly look at their feet, or use their hands to touch the small tables and stools, trying to find traces of the Immortal Dao magic arts. Of course, there were also many people who looked frightened. They were sects that were not very close to the incense cult. They wanted to use this martial arts circle convention to find out what was going on. But looking at the incense cult, if they wanted to, all they had to do was wave their flag and everyone in Huayu Palace would be buried. Their original plan of using their qinggong to escape as soon as they realized that something was wrong was completely useless. Therefore, everyone understood why the incense cult had held the martial arts circle convention on Huayu Peak. Bai Yanqiu had been operating on the water island of the Water Cloud sect for decades. She had confidence in her Dharma power and magic, and was confident that she had the capital to confront the fragrant cult. That was why she had mobilized so many people to show off at the fragrant cult's martial arts society assembly. Who would have thought that, not to mention magic, she had only dabbled in it, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. She had brought a group of disciples to the Huayu Peak secretly to show off. Who would have thought that she had still fallen into Nun Jingyi's trap, a big sect with an Immortal Dao legacy? It was not a joke. Bai Yanqiu's expression changed slightly as thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. After a moment, she came up with a plan. She bowed and said, as expected of the illustrious fragrant religion. This concubine was truly lacking in manners and was like a frog at the bottom of a well. I apologize now. Please forgive me, Abbess Jing. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and smiled. After the Immortal Dao legacy, your Shindao sect? Nun Jingyi, the Shindao sect is history. Our sect is now between the clouds and the water. Oh, I am confused. I'm used to calling you that. Bai Zhangmen, please forgive me. Your sect, between the clouds and the water, has been reborn and has entered the Jianghu. You and the incense cult announced at the same time. This is a grand event in the Jianghu. It is the best of both worlds. How can I not applaud and welcome you? Come. Garuda King, by Zhangman, please take a seat in Huayu Palace. I was just about to nag you. Garuda laughed and flew into Huayu Palace like a wisp of smoke. Please. Bai Yanqiu was polite and followed the elder into Huayu Palace. However, in the previous Huayu Palace, there was an oval platform at the head of the table. There was a chair on the platform, which was where Nun Jingyi sat. Elder Changsheng and Alliance leader Zhang San sat in the VIP seats below the platform. Garuda entered the Huayu Palace. Without even looking, he flew straight to the platform and sat down. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Garuda laughed and said, Jingyi, the seats in Huayu Palace don't seem to be like this. Nun Jingyi's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, I thought the Tenryu sect might look down on the incense cult and wouldn't send people here. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been removed from the Jianghu. Wouldn't the 5 seats on this platform be a waste? If I invited the Elder and Alliance Master Zhang San, who else would come? I might as well hide these 4 seats. Garuda said again, now that the Tenryu sect is here, this? Between the clouds and the water is here too, Jing, you don't have to hide anymore. You won't have the chance to sit on the platform alone. After a moment of silence, Jingyi looked at the confused Zhang San and Bai Yanqiu and said with a smile, Heavenly King Garuda is right. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, she made a hand sign and hit the platform. A faint yellow light flashed. On the spacious platform, 4 more chairs appeared in picturesque disorder beside Garuda's chair. Even Garuda's chair revealed the essence of white jade. In Huayu Palace, everyone was stunned. Nun Jingyi sneered and said, Heavenly King Garuda, the chairs are here. Please sit on the Tenryu sect's chair. I know. Garuda's figure floated up as if he was being carried by an invisible hand. He flew to a jade chair that was slightly blackened and said, My heavenly dragon divine religion hates doing things that steal the limelight. However, we also hate those who don't care about the dragon god sect. Nun Jingyi didn't reply. She bowed to the elder and said, Great master, please take a seat. Many thanks to you. Guests should follow the host's wishes. This old monk doesn't mind. As he spoke, the elder stepped onto the platform and walked to the rightmost side, right next to Garuda's chair. Nun Jingyi glanced at Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San and said with a smile, According to the rules, my left hand should be the seat of the Shindao sect's sect master. Although Bai Zhangmen isn't the Shindao sect's sect master, he still inherited the Shindao sect's legacy. The sect master between the clouds and the water can sit on my right hand. Bai Yanqiu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Nun Jingyi. With that, he went onto the platform and sat on the second-last jade chair on the left. Looking at the last chair on the left, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, Alliance Master Zhang San, this chair belongs to the Misty School's sect master. Now that Misty Peak is in the hands of the Righteous Alliance, this chair naturally belongs to Alliance Master Zhang. Zhang San's gloomy mood finally relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you. He stepped forward and sat on it. Chapter 1035. The great sects of the Immortal Tao were the originators of martial arts in the world. The 5 sects had been arranged 10,000 years ago, but the vicissitudes of the world had changed. The branches of the other 5 sects had their own lives and deaths, so they were no longer close to the 5 sections. The 5 sects had changed a lot. The incense cult had not entered the Jianghu for a long time. The Shindao sect had been destroyed long ago and was replaced by the sect between the clouds and the water. The Misty School had been destroyed and was replaced by the Righteous Alliance. Now that the 5 sects had taken their seats in Huayu Palace, there was a new order in the Jianghu. Nun Jingyi was the last to ascend the high platform. She walked to the jade seat in the center and sat down. Just as she sat down, there was a flash of multicolored light on the high platform and the faint sound of bamboo instruments. Although it was faint, it had already spread throughout the Huayu Palace. In the Huayu Palace, there were more than 200 sects and thousands of people. Envy flashed in their eyes as they wondered when their own sects would be able to ascend the high platform of the Immortal Tao. All right, everyone, please have some tea and rest for a moment. The Wulin convention will continue with its brilliance. Nun Jingyi cupped her hands slightly, her voice spreading throughout the Huayu Palace. Immediately, the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak held trays in their hands. On the trays were tea and fruits made by Lingering Fragrance Cult. They were delivered to the tables of the various sections. Everyone in the Jianghu had an unruly side. When they saw beautiful women, even the inner sect disciples of the incense cult couldn't help but look lustful. However, when they saw the women's martial arts cultivation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Perhaps on the surface, one couldn't see a person's true martial arts with the naked eye, but which of these sect leaders and elders hadn't been immersed in martial arts for decades? How could they not be able to see the characteristics of powerful martial arts from a few details? How could they still look at these young women with martial arts that weren't inferior to their own? Well, maybe they had some special hobbies, but let's not talk about them. Thus, almost all of the elders couldn't help but look like profound elders because of their status. The young disciples were different. When they saw such beautiful women, how could they maintain their composure? They all had smiles plastered on their faces as they stood up one by one and greeted them politely. Their teachers wanted to stop them, but they changed their minds and didn't say anything. These young disciples of the various sects were all young talents that had been selected by their respective sections. They had come here not only to broaden their horizons, but also to show off their skills in front of the heroes of the world. Their mission was to gain face for their respective sections. When the masters of the various sects saw that the inner disciples of the School of Incense were so outstanding, they must have made some calculations in their hearts. If their disciples were to gain the favor of a female disciple and establish a relationship with the School of Incense, then, not to mention the status of their sects in Jianghu, perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to sit on those jade chairs on the high platform. In the end, even some of the bashful young disciples were secretly kicked by their own teachers under the table, causing their faces to turn red. But this was just wishful thinking. The female disciples of the incense cult might not be as outstanding as the disciples of Emo Ninggong, but they could not possibly set their sights on the martial world. Cough cough, of course, unless they were like Zhang Xiaohua, who was so infatuated that she could fight her way up to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Only then would they consider it. The inside and outside of Huayu Palace was a lively scene, and the high platform was another scene. Abbess Jingyi waved her hand and cast a spell. Immediately, a layer of milky white restrictive spells appeared around the platform, surrounding it tightly. Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San's expressions changed slightly. They didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw that the Grand Elder and Garuda didn't say anything, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. All right, it's rare for the School of Incense to entertain guests. I hope that everyone will not mind. As she spoke, a few female disciples passed through the milky white restriction. Each of them held a tray in their hands. The one in front had 5 small wine cups on it. Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "This is the chilled ice wine brewed from the chilled ice grass of the School of Incense. We used the recipe of the School of Immortals, and it has great benefits for refining one's vital energy. Please enjoy." As she spoke, Nun Jingyi downed the wine cup in her hand. Then she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, as if she was refining the vital energy in the wine. Garuda saw this and laughed. "I didn't expect the School of Incense to be so generous. You even took out such a precious item to entertain your guests. If I didn't come today, I would have suffered a great loss." As she spoke, she tilted her head back and downed the wine. "Amitba," the elder chanted. "Wine is not wine, meat is not meat. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart." She also downed the wine in one gulp. Bai Yanqiu looked at the dark green wine in the small wine cup in his hand and couldn't help but hesitate. The wine cup was carved from white jade and should have been warm, but when he held it in his hand, it felt a little cold. However, this coldness was different from usual. It was mixed with the warmth, and there were traces of icy ripples. As he raised the wine cup, a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. The wine swirled left and right with the movement of his hand. Every time it swirled, a faint fragrance would spread out. Bai Yanqiu released his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. He saw that the small wine cup was overflowing with vital energy. It was many times more vital energy than the immortal tea between the clouds and the water, and this vital energy was faintly dispersed along with the fragrance. Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to be negligent. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. Immediately, a refreshing feeling spread out from his mouth, and then a small stream rose from his stomach. This was the essence of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Bai Yanqiu's face turned slightly red, and he immediately used the Shendao Sek's heart technique to refine this vital energy of heaven and earth into his meridians. At this time, Zhang San was different. He saw that the other 4 people treasured this strange-looking wine, and also closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. How could he not know that this was an item of the immortal path? However, when he smelled the wine cup in his hand, it didn't have the smell of ordinary wine at all. There was only a refreshing fragrance that made him feel refreshed, and it had nothing to do with the wine. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to use it, Nun Jingyi opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Alliance Head Zhang, this wine was brewed using the Immortal Path's method. If you don't know the Immortal Path's heart technique, you won't be able to refine the essence of the wine. This wine is just an ordinary drink. It won't increase one's inner strength by much and can be said to be a waste. I think, if there are people in the Righteous Alliance who know the Immortal Path's cultivation method, why don't Alliance Head Zhang bring it back?" Zhang San's eyes narrowed, and his face turned slightly green. However, he quickly recovered and nodded. "Nun Jingyi is right. Good, bring me a jade bottle." "Yes," a voice answered from outside the restriction. A female disciple dressed in light red clothes came in from outside, holding a small jade bottle in her hand. "Eh?" The female disciple had just entered when she saw Garuda, who was sitting on the jade chair and had just opened his eyes. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The female disciple was also stunned. She looked at Garuda in confusion. With a whoosh, Garuda suddenly jumped up from the jade chair. He seemed to have forgotten to use his qinggong. He walked in a few steps to the female disciple and grabbed her wrist. The female disciple was stunned. She tried to use her qinggong to dodge, but how could she be a match for Garuda? Before she could move, she was caught. With a cry of surprise, the jade bottle fell to the ground. Nun Jingyi was stunned. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle flew into her hand. She said unhappily, "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" However, Garuda completely ignored her. He held the female disciple's wrist with one hand and pressed her acupoints with the other. He began to open his eyes wide and carefully examine her from head to toe. Nun Jingyi coldly snorted and handed the jade bottle to Zhang San, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang, put this icy soul wine into the jade bottle. If it is left in the wine cup for too long, the essence inside will disappear." Zhang San took the wine cup and poured it into the jade bottle as instructed. He put it away and said no more. He coldly looked at Garuda, who was not far away. Garuda seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. He looked at the female disciple from head to toe. He was just short of taking off her clothes to examine her. The female disciple's face was red with embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she couldn't move, she still looked at Nun Jingyi for help. "Enough, Garuda. Let go of your hand." Nun Jingyi said angrily. "Hee, Nun Jingyi, wait a moment." As he spoke, Garuda stretched out his right hand and pointed between the female disciple's eyebrows. Nun Jingyi coldly snorted. Her hand moved slightly, and a gust of wind from her finger attacked Garuda's main acupoint on his back. Garuda chuckled and dodged the attack. Nun Jingyi rose into the air like a wisp of smoke. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the back of Garuda's neck. Garuda didn't turn around. His body flashed, and an afterimage flashed. In the blink of an eye, he floated to another part of the platform, still holding the female disciple in his hand. When Nun Jingyi's figure turned in the air and wanted to continue the chase, Garuda's finger had already landed between the female disciple's eyebrows. Ha! Garuda let out a surprised laugh. He landed on the ground, let go of the female disciple's hand, and jumped onto the jade chair. However, the female disciple's acupoint hadn't been unsealed. She could only stand there in a daze. Garuda, what is the meaning of this? Nun Jingyi walked to the female disciple's side and looked her up and down. She also used her divine sense to check her. She didn't find anything unusual. Nothing. Nun Jingyi, please don't blame me. Garuda seemed to be in an extremely good mood. His lean face was filled with a smile as he said, "This one has a presumptuous request. I need Nun Jingyi's approval." Nun Jingyi looked at the frightened female disciple and shook her head. "If you don't explain the matter clearly, this sect won't agree to anything." Hee, it's actually nothing much." Garuda looked at the female disciple behind Nun Jingyi and smiled. "This girl has a body of true fire. Her meridians contain fire-type true essence. This heavenly king urgently needs to break through a bottleneck. This one has no choice but to be thick-skinned and ask for this girl from Nun Jingyi to be a cauldron for dual cultivation." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.